Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to our third annual fall edition. We've been off to a great start. We started on Thursday here at the Classic with our Education Day for the youth, and what a fun day. Lots of industry leaders here. Yesterday, we got juniors checked in for our show today. We had an awesome fitting contest in the ring, had a nice Hereford sale last night, and here we are on day one of our shows. This morning, we're going to start with our market heifer show and roll into our breeding heifer show. There is no big break today. We're going to be pretty efficient. We've got a nice market heifer show, a big breeding heifer show, and then we're going to have fun with showmanship. So lots of things happening here at the Classic. And I want to introduce and recognize the two individuals that are here to work with our youth today is Bodie and Jessica Schliff. They come to us from El Paso, Illinois. So we'll talk a little bit more about them as we're rolling through the day, but a huge welcome to them. Want to recognize and thank, we've got a great team of girls that are working in the ring, handing out prizes. The Classic very much so appreciates all of them volunteering their time. Also in the ring is Jeremy Schulte. Jeremy is a member of the Classic Board of Directors. And with that, it's truly my honor to work with a lady today that's with KRVN. KRVN is the official voice of the Classic. The Classic utilizes them for communication. And with that, I'm going to introduce Miss Susan Littlefield, your official announcer today.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Ronette. An exciting day that we're going to have as we kick it all off with this very first class of market heifers. Heifers, just for point, are weighing from 1149 up to 1346.
And again, we do want to remind the youth how showmanship is working here today is they are evaluating you while you're in the class, and they'll be presenting ribbons to showmanship participants that will come back for showmanship later. And we will break showmanship after a while by your age. So there'll be a senior, intermediate, junior division later. So again, while you're in the ring, you're in showmanship as well, and they'll be presenting ribbons for youth to come back to the showmanship later.
Good morning, everyone, and certainly a pleasure to be back here this morning and excited to work through the livestock today and work with the kids. We start off in our market heifers and a really nice class of them to come to us today and a really nice pair of them at the top part of this class. In our opinion, we're very comfortable with the young lady here in front of us starting the class. To us, she's the combination female in terms of having some width, some dimension. She's the broadest and bulkiest in terms of her rib and her center body. And then you get off to the side of her, and she still bounces up to a very high degree from her shoulder back. Good in terms of her lines, a female that we think gets out and travels good enough and probably as adequately as any of them in this class. If we got critical on her, we'd like to maybe just pull her in a little bit up front. We should pigeon toes just a hair out of her front end, maybe could elevate her at the point of her shoulder just a hair. But with that being said, that's being critical of a heifer that we think wins this particular class. Young lady here that comes into another one that is incredibly striking from the side. A female that just from the outside, you looking in, that one is neat-necked and level-backed and really shapely when you're up on top of her, get your hands on her. She's got muscle, one that is certainly striking from the profile, and like I said, carries that extra shape we want to see. I want to clean that heifer up in terms of her front feet and her front toes just a little bit. She's not quite as just mellow and bulky in terms of her rib and center body, maybe just a hair straight in terms of her hock, but that's a high-quality one this young lady did a great job with. Young man bringing out that black and white one next. Another one that we think does a lot of basics right in terms of having some rib, having some center body, some mass and dimension when you're up on top of that female. She's maybe one when we got off to the side, maybe came just a shade plainer in terms of the top side of her neck, not quite as elite looking through the front third of her body, maybe just not as out there in some of her pieces, but another one that covers the basics of muscle, shape, and having just a little bit more broadness. And I think that's where she kind of goes in front of the blue roan female there. The blue roan female's really big and extended, got a nice look from the side, maybe just not quite as opened up in terms of her body cavity. When that heifer wants to get on the move, maybe comes apart there just a bit, and her loin maybe closes up at the base of her skeleton a hair, but a good female that young lady did a good job with. Young lady here did an awesome job exhibiting her black and white heifer that maybe just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, but an awesome one in terms of practicality and body and being able to get out and go. Let's give this young lady a huge round of applause for doing a great job.
And congratulations out of our Class 1 of Market Heifers. Your champion Market Heifer exhibited by Vienna Sells. Your reserve champion Market Heifer is Natalie Schultz. In third out of Class 1, Blake Hansen. Fourth will go to Reese Locke, and fifth to Haley Victor. We'll have a single entry coming in next in our Shorthorn Plus as we move on to the steers. This is a Shorthorn Plus steer coming in.
Just a single entry here as we get into our Shorthorn Plus show, and certainly one that could have stood some more competition. This young lady brings us a black and white steer that from the outside looking in, I think one that has got some really neat pieces in terms of having some growth, having some extension, really level in terms of his top line, and still carries some extra bone and density when you get down to the surface. You know, maybe that calf looks like one that you'd want to open up just a little bit in terms of his rib and his center body. We could lay him back just a little bit in terms of his shoulder and his front knee, but that's getting critical of a steer here that I think does a lot of things well. Congratulations to her, and we'll see her back here in just a little bit.
And congratulations, your Shorthorn Plus steer champion, exhibited by Ansley McConnell. We're moving in now to our crossbred steers, and there will be 7 in this class. Class number 3, crossbred steers. There are 2 classes in the crossbred steers, a total of 7 entries. This first one will only have 2. They'll weigh from 1325 to 1349. Just a reminder, we can't have you peeking through the curtains, as the moving curtains are a distraction for the animals in the ring. Thank you.
Well, a pair of steers here as we get into our crossbreds that are honestly on kind of opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of type and kind a little bit, and dang sure some trade-offs between the two of them. We're going to elect to lead off with this young lady's smoke steer that came in first, and he is the one that, you know, you're originally gravitate towards just in terms of his outline, in terms of his extra body and his mass and dimension. Excuse me. In terms of his extra mass and dimension, he's probably got the advantage just in terms of sheer foot size as well and heaviness of structure. I'd be the first to tell you I'd like to adjust that calf structurally in terms of his front end. He's plenty upright there in his angle to his knee and his shoulder, and we'd like to square him up there as well. He's also carrying maybe just a hair more in terms of finish compared to that steer that comes directly behind him. But I think when you add up all the totals and the positives about him, probably still the most comfortable with that steer steer go ahead and leading off the class. I'll no doubt give the advantage to this young lady steer here that comes in second in terms of angle towards his front end. He's probably a shade fresher in terms of his body condition. He's a steer here that can, when he's standing still, can give you a nice look, ties his shoulder high out of the top, ties his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder, and he does have some shape up high. The issue is when we get this calf into motion, maybe gets under himself just a little bit in terms of his hind leg, study him through his rear rib and his flank. He's a little harsher there in that regard, wants to cut up in his flank, and he just doesn't match the extra mass and dimension of our class winner. But a nice pair of them there. Congratulations, those two exhibitors.
And congratulations out of Class 3, exhibited by Trissa Lebsack, and second will go to Ava Carnop. Well, 5 entries in our second class of crossbred steers. They will weigh from 1455 to 1525.
Well, Susan, we got a lot of fun yet to have today. You know, we're going to have a fun morning, and it's really exciting to see these kids bringing these market steers. You know, they probably showed them at State Fair Exarban. They might be headed to Denver or OKC or something coming up here. So, you know, this is just the third annual fall edition, and I'm here to tell you there's several classic board members that are around the barn and stuff, and we've all agreed we're just going to keep working to build this and build more opportunities and get more steers here. And you know, the show grew 100 head from a year ago.
That is outstanding, and it's nice that they have the opportunity to bring these bigger steers in, because for some the show season ends when they're done at Exarban. So great to see these kids in, and it's really fun watching the seriousness on their face, because they're also doing some showmanship competing at the same time.
Good point. We want to make sure and remind you kids while you're in the class is basically showmanship. And so they will be watching, they'll be presenting you with a ribbon. And if you receive a ribbon, you will come back in showmanship later. And the showmanship will be broken into senior, intermediate, and junior divisions.
Well, you guys are making it tough on us right out the gates here in our Progress Steer division, and two really good ones, in our opinion, that are different in type and kind. They're a little bit different in terms of how they come to us in the ring today, in terms of where they're at in freshness, but at the same time, we think two very, very high-quality individuals to come here, and a nice class of them behind me as well. Me and Jess discussed it quite a bit here, and honestly, I could see different people coming in here and doing this different ways. The one at the end of the day that we just keep coming back to and gravitate towards is the young man in the cowboy hat up front. That's a steer that to us probably has some advantages just in terms of freshness of body, in terms of freshness when you get your hands on him over his rib. He's a calf that's naturally high tying. He's a calf that's muscular to us in proportions to a very high degree, how we like him. We think this steer, although I would like to square it up just a little bit, probably gets out and reaches just a shade better in terms of his hip and his hind leg, and still a calf that to us, like I said, we think has the advantages of just freshness of body, freshness of handle, and still a steer that we think gets out and goes good in terms of his hip and his hind leg. If you got critical on that guy, I'd like to bring him in up front just a little bit. He's a little wide at the base of his shoulder. When he's on the move, his tail head can flag up there just a little bit. When he gets him stopped, I think it all comes together, but a really nice individual there for that young man. The steer here that comes in second is one that we like a bunch as well. And when you get up behind that guy, he is impressive in terms of the natural stoutness of hip, his extra quarter. He's a calf that can still give you a nice look from the side in terms of his balance. He's actually got less chest floor than that steer that leads off the class. From there back, we maybe question him just a little bit in terms of his rib, maybe just a little bit harder and not quite as fresh today in terms of his rib and his center body, and that kind of translates back to maybe being just a little bit older in terms of his head. But no doubt that calf is one that is shapely when you get in behind him. The other thing that we get critical on that guy is we stand in there. I think his hind leg looks like it's going to go real good. He's maybe just a little bit lazy about how he gets out and handles it. We'd like to see him grab the ground just a little better, but no doubt a high-quality steer that brings a ton of good things to the table. A really close top pair there and a couple really good black ones. Young lady Smoky steer here comes next, and another one that we think is one of the high-quality ones we've seen today. A steer that's no doubt got a look of quality when you get off to the side of him, a hind leg that's extra good in terms of his foot size, in terms of ability to go. Balances up nicely from the side. We read him just a little bit more juvenile in terms of where he's at, in terms of his muscle shape and intensity of expression. Maybe just a little plainer when you got your hands on him, not quite as bulky. And then a calf that, once again, probably just needs a little bit more time in terms of his rib and center body, but a calf that we think's got a great look and a really good hind leg. A nice calf that's going to come back here in just a little bit and show again. Young lady's orange steer that comes next, a really practical bodied one that we like a lot of things about just in terms of his feedability, and one that is performed to a very high degree. Still got muscle and shape when you get up on top of that guy. We read him just a little bit plainer in terms of his head and his neck, maybe not quite as attractive in the set to his hind leg. If we can just give him a few of those extra bells and whistles, he can move up in this class, because that's dang sure a high quality one that does a lot of things really good for us. Young lady does a great job of getting that one shown. Young man's black steer here that rounds out the class, another one that just got in a really tough class, and maybe a steer that once again maybe just doesn't offer the extras a few of these other ones, but that's a steer that's got a fat steer look through his front 1/3. He's level in terms of his top, still functional in terms of how he gets out and goes. Maybe just got a little extra set to his hind leg that's not quite as attractive, maybe just not quite as expressive and muscular when you get up on top of him. But a good class of steers. Let's give him a big round of applause.
And congratulations out of class number 4. First will go to Brody Aaron. Second is to Cassidy Stratman. Third exhibited by Vienna Salles. Fourth is to Trissel Lebsack. And fifth is to Larry Dessner. We're going to bring in now our steers for the maker selection of your champion crossbred steer. And then after that will be your overall champion market animal. Just a quick note to our exhibitors, if you are handed a red ribbon, that means you get to come back for showmanship. Make sure you keep that red ribbon in your back pocket, especially if you're going to be showing in a variety of different classes for today. And on another side note, when you receive your banners and your cards information, don't forget to send out the thank you notes. Very important.
As we get down to picking your top 5 crossbreds here, we're not going to talk about them too much more, but really impressed for a show this time of year to bring back out 5 fats in the crossbreds that look like this is very impressive, and kudos to you young people working at them at home because with everything going on this stage of the life, these cattle take a lot of work, and you guys have done absolutely amazing in keeping them going, and having hair and having presented like this is something that you guys should be very, very proud of. Like I said, we're going to pick a top 5 here in order, and then we'll get down to your champion here in just a little bit, but let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And congratulations, here's your rundown of your champion crossbred steer. First was exhibit. Your champion is Brody Aarons. Reserve goes to Cassidy Stratman. Third to Vienna Salas. Fourth is to Trista Lebsack. And fifth to Ava Carnop. Making our selection now of our overall champion market animal.
As we get down to picking your champion here in the Progress Division, we're going to keep the ball moving along here. Once again, like I echoed, I'm going to echo what I said just a minute ago. Kudos to you kids for having these animals look like this this stage of the game and this time of year. I know it's not easy, and certainly a very, very good set of individuals out here that are very, very good in terms of quality. There's differences between them. I hope you've been able to kind of follow us along and where we've put our priorities. We're going to get you a top 5 here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations, your overall champion market animal exhibited by Brody Aarons, weighing in at 1455. Your overall reserve champion exhibited by Cassidy Stratman. Third overall is Vienna Sells with her market heifer. And then Vienna Sells with her third place crossbred. And congratulations, your 5th overall market animal exhibited by Natalia Schultz. We're going to take a 15-minute break so judges can smile big for the photos at the backdrop. Just a reminder to our youth, make sure if you received a red ribbon, that means you get to come back for showmanship. Keep that red ribbon in your back pocket and visible as you enter the ring in upcoming classes. And also, don't forget to send out the thank you notes. And someone has asked what the score is of the volleyball game right now. It's a second set. Overton is 7, Cambridge is 6, and the Eagles lead 1-0 in the total sets in set number 2.
Well, we're very excited to get our breeding heifer show underway. And Susan, you're going to have a busy few hours here. We're starting off our breeding heifer show with the Angus breeding heifers. Want to remind everybody that today in the breeding heifer show, they can be showing their prospects as well as those big breds. So you're going to see a variety of ages today in the breeding heifer show.
Which is nice because it's a unique showcase of what the breed has to bring, and you get to see young and old, shall we say?
And it truly kind of goes back to, you know, the foundation of the classic, building that next generation, helping them establish their own cow herds, helping them with their show needs. And so a very exciting day today. And as I said, you're going to have a variety of ages. And want to remind all these kids how showmanship is working here today. The judges will be judging you for showmanship while you're in the ring. They will be handing out ribbons that you will be receiving, and if you get a ribbon, you will come back to showmanship later that will be broke by age divisions.
And I did remind the kids they need to keep that ribbon in their back pocket so the judges can see it when they come to subsequent classes so they know that they've already been selected for showmanship.
Great point. Lots of fun, and again, want to take a moment and really recognize Bodie and Jesse Schleff that are coming to you from El Paso, Illinois. And, you know, Susan, it's always very much so an honor of the Classic to bring in judges that are extremely passionate about the beef industry. And if you were here last night and watched the fitting contest, and Bodie and Jesse were the officials for that, and they visited with these kids because these guys manage the operation at Tree Lane Farms there. It's a 250 head seed stock operation. And you know, both of these guys were extremely involved in livestock judging when they were growing up. And they're passionate about it. They want to help the next generation because they realize that was the foundation of where they started. Jessie attended Butler Community College before transferring to OSU, where she was a member of the 2017 national champion judging team and also was the high individual at a national contest. And these two have judged a lot all over the nation, and so it's truly an honor for us to have them here at the Classic.
And Brody does not like the shirt I'm wearing today because my football team is playing his football team at 2:30. So this could be interesting.
Well, good thing we don't have a big screen going on in here.
But we will have a big screen for the Huskers, right?
We do. The Huskers will be in the Ag Pavilion. So again, great day lined up. We've got a great team of girls that have volunteered their time that are assisting our judges in the ring, as well as our staff with the prizes and the banners that are being handed out. So a big fun day. We got showmanship plus that sale tonight in the Ag Pavilion that will start at 6 o'clock.
Lots to do, lots of great showcase for our youth. Again, this is our first class of Angus breeding heifers born in February and March of this year.
As we jump into our females here, a really nice class of Angus females, and certainly some contrasting advantages and disadvantages throughout these three heifers, but we actually like them how they come in. And even though I'm not going to tell you that this heifer that we're going to lead off with is maybe just the sharpest today in terms of her presentation, she is the one that we feel puts together the most good things and most positives and things that we like. She is the highest tying female. We think she's got an advantage of just levelness of hip compared to the female that comes right behind her, maybe just a shade more bone as well. A female that we think is, from the outside, one that ties together a lot of neat pieces in terms of her height of shoulder and her balance, her ability to get out and go in terms of her hind leg, that we read into her future just a little bit more than the one that comes right behind her. And a female that if you got critical on her, she's not as good in terms of her underlying balance as the female that comes right behind her. Maybe we we'd like to lay her back just a little bit in terms of her shoulder, but we think that one to us puts together the most positives to go ahead and win this particular class. When this young lady came in, I thought she was the one that I kind of wanted to gravitate towards, and probably just the best in terms of her underline from chest floor to flank. Still a female. It's got a nice hind leg underneath of her, and still one that looks like a lady up front. When we got her on the stand, though, I kind of felt maybe she came in just a little bit, a few more pieces, maybe just a little more open about her shoulder. I want to make that heifer just a shade longer and level her out of her hip, but a female that we think does a lot of nice things as well. Want to commend her on how that heifer's presented, clipped and fit exceptionally well. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is another one that we feel like has a very bright future, and no doubt her best days are ahead of her. Really attractive, neat-necked kind of female that's really good out through her hip. Still one that gets out and goes well. She's just not ready to fight today in terms of where she's at in terms of her condition. She just becomes the flattest and hardest and greenest about her overall build, but no doubt one with more time on feed. We think that split-eared female will be very, very tough. Keep your head up with that one, young lady. Better days are ahead.
And congratulations out of this Angus breeding heifer class number 1. Mesa Jones will be first. Second goes to Jesselyn Hudson, and third to Casey Deathlifts. Moving on now to class 2. This is going to be a single entry. It's going to be Class 1B, exhibited by Brianna Brown, born January 10th of 23. Real quick to bring you up to date on the state volleyball, Overton is right now in the third set over Cambridge 11-7, and the Overton Eagles are leading the sets 2-0.
Well, a nice single entry here in our January class for this young lady, and a female that we admire, especially for this breed, for having just a shade more shape and dimension, and still one that's really heavy structured when you get down the surface in terms of her foot size and bone. You know, with that, maybe that heifer comes apart just a little bit in the terms of her shoulder, maybe gets up in her back just a hair, but no doubt a female that deserves to be commended for her extra width and dimension, and still one that is very attractive through the front third of her body. So congratulations, this young lady. We'll see her back out here for champion in just a bit.
Congratulations to Brianna Browns in class number 2. Now class number 3 is set to come in. These are Angus breeding heifers that are born October and November of 22. And just a quick reminder, if you are a first or second in your class, you will be coming back in for that champion drive. Just keep that in mind.
as we get into our fall Angus females here. A nice trio of them, and still one that comes to the forefront for us relatively easily for this young lady here. She did a nice job showing this female that is just very broody and cowy about her presence and her feature. A female that has the advantage of just natural spring and natural body dimension. Still one that in this particular class is probably the heaviest structured and boldest about her overall makeup. And then when that young lady gets her head up there, still one that is very feminine in terms of her front end. Just a very nice individual to lead off this particular class. 2 and 3 we thought was very debatable. You can go either way. Sided with this young man's Heifers, added stoutness and body shape. Female, it's just a shade stouter in terms of her pin set and stouter in terms of her bone and foot size. She's one that when you compare her to that one that wins, maybe gets just a little more upright off either end of her skeleton. Maybe we'd like to adjust her body balance from her chest floor to her flank. Young lady that rounds out the class here is one that's probably just a little bit freer moving than that one that comes right in front of him, and a little bit more feminine and refined about her front end. At the same time, that female becomes just the narrower gauged kind of female that wants to flatten in terms of her pin set. We'd like to adjust her just a little bit in terms of her foot shape, in terms of her rear skeleton as well. But a nice trio of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And congratulations as we look at this Angus breeding heifer class. First, we'll go to Isabella Detwiller. Second is exhibited by Jake Odie. And third, it goes to Caden Wow. Next class of Angus breeding heifers will be a single entry born September 3rd of 22, excuse me.
Really highly presented single entry here for this young lady, and she does a great job of getting her shown. A female that no doubt could stand some more competition, and one that when you take a few steps back and look at her from a silhouette standpoint, there's a lot to like there, just in terms of her feminine feature up front, her natural balance and proportionality when you get off to the side of her. We like her foot size and her heaviness of structure as well. Ability to get out and go is exceptionally good as well. She's a female, I'd be the first to tell you, we'd like to make stouter just in terms of her pin set and her shape and just open her up throughout, but no doubt one that is commanding in terms of quality from the side and structural quality. So congratulations to her.
And congratulations to Jalen Wolfinger for that Angus breeding heifer class, number 3. We're moving on now to the next Angus breeding heifer class. Will be a single entry in this class. March 25th at 22. After this class, we're making your selection of your champion Angus breeding heifer.
Well, another single entry here that we think represents a very good kind of cattle as well. One that we admire for extra stoutness of body, her extra stoutness of hip, and still one when you drop her down to the surface has got some foot size and bone, and still gets out and handles it really good in terms of her hip and her hind leg. And we like those things about her a great deal. If you got critical of her, maybe she's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder. Maybe we could give her just a little bit more flexibility in terms of her spine, but a female that we'll see back out here in just a minute, I'm sure, that will be in competition. So give this young man a big round of applause. Nice job.
And congratulations to Ty Miller. We're going to bring in now our firsts and seconds to make the selection of your champion Angus breeding heifer.
As we get down to picking your champion Angus here, certainly a competitive group out here between the 5 individuals that won your particular classes, and a nice group of seconds standing behind them. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but we'll talk about the 3 that Jesse and I probably think are in contention, and the ones that kind of hit us. This young lady coming out of Class 1 is one that we think's got a very nice future, and one that we find a lot of promise in terms of her unique pieces for this Angus breed. A female that's very high high tying like we commented in class. We like her extra foot size. Hip and hind leg quality we think is exceptionally good in this female. Like we said just a little bit in class, maybe not just as presented as ready to go as a couple other ones in this particular class. We'd like to maybe just change her body line balance underneath a little bit, maybe like to fix her a little bit in terms of her front end structure, but in terms of having extra unique pieces, we think that one's got a lot going for her and a bright future. This young lady here circling with her fall is another one that just kind of keeps moving up the board for us. And she's one that's hard to pick major holes in. She represents a good kind of cattle, in our opinion, in terms of having some extra width, having some body shape, being extremely cowy in terms of her rib and center body design, and still one that I think is very functional in terms of how she gets out and handles herself in terms of feet and legs. One that just, when you step back to us, reads so much like a long-term cow piece. And we're not going to sit here and tell you that she's out there in any one area in terms of head shape or neck or just extras anywhere, but one that we read as just being very, very complete and very cowy, and one that just kind of, like I said, keeps moving up the board for us. The other one that's in contention is this young lady's heifer, and the reason she is from this view right here. She balances in proportions as good as anything here in terms of how she's put together in her lines, in terms of her hind leg silhouette, foot size is very good. We like all those things about her. The question we got when we step in behind that female is there's just enough to her in terms of pin width and natural body shape. We'd like to change her there and just open that girl up just a little bit, but no doubt one that is extremely high quality from the side. So we're going to go show you which two we like. A really nice group. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion Angus breeding heifer exhibited by Isabella Detwiller. And your reserve champion to Jalen Wolfinger. And to bring you up to date on the score, they are in set 3, Overton 25, Cambridge is 24. This is match point for the championship. As we move on, it's now the Charolais breeding heifers that we're focusing on in this class, born February and March of this year. And just to let you guys know, a first state championship in program history for the Overton Volleyball. Congratulations to our Overton fans that are here showing cattle today.
Well, a fun group of Charlets to evaluate here, and it'll be fun for you guys in the state of Nebraska to kind of see these two young people's heifers at the front part of this class develop and see what happens long term, because we think they're both very, very high quality and they're very good. They're a little different in type and kind. We'll talk about those differences that we see just a little bit here. This young lady that leads off the class, from this heifer's shoulder back, we love her in terms of just natural body, in terms of natural balance and proportionality, and then to combine it with a really good skeleton on both ends. We think that female is extremely good. We think she's got an advantage just a little bit over that heifer that comes in second in terms of squareness of hip. She's a female that to us probably has just a little more natural bend in terms of her angles to her skeleton. Be the first to tell you, it'll be a little bit of a management game with her front end. She's not as tidy at the at her throat and at the top side of her neck as that female that comes behind her. But like I said, shoulders back, we think that one is very, very good. A nice place to start with that young lady's heifer. Congratulations. This young man's heifer that comes in second's got the big pieces. I mean, a high tying, tiny necked one that actually, when you compare her to that one that wins, is actually wider pinned and stouter. She's a female that to us comes to us just a little rawer today in where she's at in her body condition. We read her just a little more upright off either end of her skeleton, and like I said, we'd like to just level her out in her hip just a shade. But you talk about one that has got some big extra pieces that if she comes into herself, I don't think there'll be many people wanting to line up to show against her. Congratulations, buddy. She'll be a fun one for you. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that's certainly not low quality, just gotten a really tough class, one that is very nice in terms of her lines, gets out and travels nicely, maybe just doesn't offer the same kind of natural width and center body as a couple of these other ones in this particular class. Maybe square on her front feet just a little as well. But congratulations to them, a nice trio of Charlets.
And congratulations to Kai Haggerty. She'll be first out of the Charlet breeding heifer first class that we're looking at. Second is to Brecken Wendt. And third goes to Tatum Carlson. Next set of Charlet breeding heifers, there's a single entry in this one, born the 2nd of October of 22.
Really nice single entry here for this young man in the cowboy hat, and a female when he gets her parked, I think's got a tremendous amount of quality, combines some femininity and refinement up front with some extra body and some stoutness when you step in behind her. Still one that that is very good in terms of her lines and has got some heaviness of structure to her. If we got critical on that female, we'd maybe like to square her front feet up just a little bit, and then a female that when we get her into motion or angles of her skeleton read good, we maybe just want to set her down just a little more secure in terms of her rear pastern. But no doubt a high quality one that could have stood a lot more competition. It'll be fun to get her back out here for your championship in just a bit. Let's give him a big round of applause as he leaves the ring.
And congratulations to Ethan Benish in the Charolais breeding heifer class number 6. We do apologize. We were given the wrong placings out of class 5. First should go to Tatum Carlson, second to Brecken Went, and third to Kai Hagerty. Another single entry into this ring, January 23rd of 22. After this class, we'll make the selection of your champion Charolais breeding heifer.
Another single entry here in a female that, once again, we find a lot of quality in and a lot of good parts about. This female is very unique to us in terms of her ability to be so long and level in terms of her hip. We really like her hip and hind leg construction, a female that gets out and floats in that regard, and one that is still naturally very high tying and attractive through the bottom side of her neck. She's a female that, to us, probably isn't quite as tidy at the top side of it, maybe pushes it just a little bit in terms of her squareness of front end at the surface in terms of her front toes. But man, you talk about one that is very honest in terms of her condition and still has a lot of unique parts specifically for this breed in terms of her ability to have extra length of hip and smoothness of muscle pattern. A neat female to evaluate. Congratulations to her.
And congratulations to Tatum Carlson, bringing in our first and seconds now for the selection of your champion Charolais breeding heifer.
just three classes here in our Charlets, but very, very happy with the three class winners we have back out here. And I think they're very, very high quality. Just two single entries here behind our first class, but cattle that I think are a little different type and kind, but we're very, very happy. There's one that that I like extremely well to be your champion. We'll bring in the second and reevaluate for reserve. I guess we showed our cards just a little bit, like this young man's heifer out of Class 1 to be your champion.
And congratulations, your champion Charlet breeding heifer, exhibited by Tatum Carlson, your reserve champion Charlet breeding heifer, Brecken Went. Moving on now to our Charlet composite breeding heifers. There'll be 3 in this class, and the selection will be your champion and your reserve. We did have a scratch in this class, so there will only be 2 out of Class 8.
If you wondered where I was, Susan, I was in the Ag Pavilion checking out the big screen and that football game that'll be keying up here in about 10 minutes, I believe.
Gotcha.
It also want to recognize in the Ag Pavilion, one of our sponsors here at the Classic, Nebraska Star Beef, has a display in there, and they are selling beef sticks and jerky.
Ooh.
I brought a few teasers up here for you to try.
Oh, bring them on.
You know, we talk about our sponsors
My mouth
that
is
make
watering.
the event possible, and really want to encourage you, enjoy your day here at the Classic. Stop by and visit with all these sponsors cascade around the ring. Take the time, look at their products, tell them thanks for being here, because you and I know there's what makes this show happen.
Very much so. If you're one of those that wants to get some early Christmas shopping down, the opportunity is there. And we got ice cream on one end, coffee on the other, food. I mean, life can't get much better than that.
Want to commend these two young people in our Charlotte Lake Composite division. I'm sure it's if it's not the first show they've been to, I'm sure it's one of the first ones. And neither one of these calves are one to cooperate quite the best, but nonetheless, young man's heifer up front is probably just a little bit more our speed, being just a little bit longer in the way that she's made, being a little more naturally dimensional in terms of her rib shape and how she transitions from her shoulder into her forerib. She's a female that to us reads just a little bit more long term in her muscle pattern or in her maturity pattern. She's a female that we think still has the advantage of natural balance and eye appeal when we get off to the side of her. Be the first to tell you, probably like to square her up just a little bit in terms of her hock. Maybe wants to pull her hind leg just a shade, maybe a little bit out in terms of her shoulder, but a female that we think's got a lot of quality and wins. So for us in this particular group, young man's heifer that comes here in two, very cool in terms of her eye appeal up front, one that's got some width and stoutness. To us, reads maybe just a shade quicker about her maturity pattern. And like I said, when we opened up, maybe just getting used to the show ring a little bit. It was a little tough for us to really dissect her structure and how she wants to handle herself. But no doubt a high quality one here that we'd probably just like to lengthen out just a shade and allow her to balance up a shade better for us today. But a good class. Congratulations to those two.
And in the Charlotte Lake Composite breeding heifers, your champion goes to Kason Carlson and reserve goes to Ben Clement. Moving on to our keys, we'll have a couple classes of keys. This first class, born in April and May of 23. And by the way, Ronette, this jerky is really good. The barbecue that you had us taste, spot on. And they're selling it in the Ag Pavilion. If you need a little snack, there you go.
As we jump into our Kianina show here, a nice pair of them in this first class of these, and elected to use the young lady in the blue here. Thought that female probably had just a little bit more length, a little more extension, a female that ties naturally at the top side of her shoulder, and probably looks just a little more ladylike to us in terms of her features. A female that, once again, we're out here, and I'm sure it's the first show. She's not loving life either, but maybe wants to be just a little bit rounder in terms of her hip. You could soften her up there in her rib and center body just a shade, but like we said, her added femininity and length allows her to get this class, get the nod in this particular class. No doubt a moderate, chunky one for this young man here that's got some width and some heaviness of structure when you study her in terms of her hind leg comes here in 2. She's maybe just a little jammed up for us in terms of her front end build, in terms of how she ties her neck and how she opens there in her shoulder, but no doubt a female that's got some positives that young man's doing a good job with. Let's give those 2 young people a nice round of applause.
And out of our first class at Keys, congratulations to Jalen Wolfinger, and second goes to Kason Snyder. 2 more entries in our next class. This is class 10 of the Keys. They were both born in March of 22.
Well, some give and take here as we get into our second class, Kianinas, and I'm sure you could line up different judges and they'd feel differently about how this needs to be lined up, and I dang sure wouldn't argue with them. I guess the young ladies, Heifer, here to the front, the longer she's out here, is just a little bit more R speed in terms of cow feature, in terms of having some natural width and stoutness. I think she's a notch better in terms of her rib and her center body, and then actually she's naturally higher tying at the top side of her shoulder, although not as attractive in terms of her head feature, and just as neat and wowy in terms of her presence from the side as that one behind her. We still think she's a female that's got a natural more dimension to her, more body. Like I said, we think she's higher tying in terms of where she sets her neck. Like I said, a little more general about her overall feature, but to us reads just a shade more basic than the one that comes here in two. Young lady does a great job. Want to compliment this female for being fit extremely well and presented to a very, very high level. She is just a little bit sharper in terms of her feature up front. She's a little sharper in terms of her neck. Like I said, standing still, everything comes together really nicely from a presentation standpoint and balance standpoint. She's a female that to us, maybe we just didn't read quite as genuine. We thought she was just a little bit narrower in terms of her chest floor. She's a female that wants to close up just a little bit, and a little bit just drier in terms of her rib and center body, just not as natural in terms of her spread. But no doubt a high quality female that maybe on the move gets up in her forespine just a little, but a high quality female that dang sure looks extremely impressive out here in the ring. Congratulations to her.
And congratulations, and Key Class 11. First goes to Nicole Nichols and second to Brittany Samuelson. Moving on to our final class of keys, this will be a single entry, January 10th of 22. After this, we'll make our selection of our champion key.
Another single entry here, but one that we think dang sure got some really cool parts about her. A female that's got some features to her that are hard to put on them in terms of being that high tying, tall fronted, and still opening up with that much natural rib shape and body dimension, being wide pinned and really, really stout from that angle. A female that we really like those things about, and still one that I think from a hind legs perspective isn't perfect, but I think acceptable in terms of how she gets out and handles herself. If we got critical of that one, she's plenty upright in terms of her front end structure, and I think that correlates to her being maybe just a little tight there in the center portion of her back. But standing still here, that is one really attractive female that opens up with just a world of power and dimension, and can give you a really nice proportional look. A high quality individual we'll see here in just a minute for your championship drive. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Garrett Schultz. We'll bring in our first and seconds now for the selection of your champion key breeding heifer.
We're going to keep things moving here in the key show. A nice group of 3 class winners out here in a couple seconds there as well that are dang sure high quality. We'll keep things brief. It comes down to this pair out of the 2nd and 3rd classes for us, and the things about them, they're kind of similar in terms of how they're made. The young lady's Brockle female is one that just won that particular class because we thought she was just a little more basic in terms of how she was put together, like we said in class. She's not out there in terms of her look or her presence, but a female that is just very good from her shoulder back in terms of her rib and her center body, hind leg construction. A female that probably has the advantage of the one right behind her in terms of still being laid back just a little bit more in terms of her angle to her shoulder. Is she quite as neat looking or just have as much punch? Probably not, but one that we still like from a basic standpoint. Young man's heifer that came out of this last class is the overwhelming one when you step in behind him in terms of her pin width and how much just natural dimension she packs to the upper portions of her skeleton and through her rib and center body. Still one that we think gets out and handles her hind leg relatively well. If we were going to get critical of her, we'd lay her back in her shoulder for sure, just a little bit there, but we still feel like that female packs a lot of unique pieces into that package. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations to him.
And congratulations, your champion key exhibited by Garrett Scholes, and your reserve champion is Nicole Nichols. Ronette, these kids as they come in and are showing their cattle today are being selected and handed a red ribbon to allow them to come back to compete in our showmanship this afternoon. And we have had a couple parents come up asking questions about the showmanship. So while we're getting ready to bring this next class in, I wanted you to kind of talk about what the cattle should be like when they come in.
Absolutely, because you know what? If you were showing in that first class of market steers this morning, you probably are wanting to wash out your steer, let it lay down and relax. And the judges and I visited the fitting, whether it's full fit or blow and go later in showmanship does not come into play. So go ahead and get your animals washed out, break them down. That is perfectly fine for showmanship that'll happen later today.
In the ring now, as we start out our balancer, this will be a single entry in the balancer class. This heifer was born the 1st of February of this year.
Susan, the other really neat thing is a lot of these 2023 heifers are going to show again tomorrow on the Prospect Show. And I know Bodie and Jesse are going to duke it out because one gets their opinion today and look out, the other one gets their opinion tomorrow.
And that's just proof right there. We always say one judge's opinion is different day to day.
As we get into our balancer, a division here, just a single entry, but one that to us strikes us very nicely in terms of her rib and her structure. Female, it's very fundamental in terms of how she gets out and handles herself on the move. And when that young lady gets her parked, one that pulls together to a very, very high degree. A nice female here. Congratulations to her. We'll see her back here for champion in just a minute.
Congratulations to Caitlin Riesland. Our next balancer class is class number 14. These are February and March 22.
We've talked about the classic started back in 1991, Susan, and the traditional event is in February, and it kind of comes back down to time. Everybody doesn't have near enough time because we know state volleyball's going on, football playoffs, national FFA convention. Those are just some examples of time the kids are juggling, and as adults, probably the buzz is I run into somebody in the barn, I ask where so-and-so is, or grandpa or dad, and unfortunately unfortunately, some people got to stay home because somebody's still got to work. And some of those challenges is what motivated myself and the Classic Board to create these other events, to do things in a timely fashion and break it out so it's not a week long at a time. You can come for 2 days, enjoy it, partake in some opportunities, and roll back home and move on to the next thing. And while we're in the Galway Balancer division, it's a perfect time to talk about, some of those programs that we do at the winter event. The Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, where the kids have an opportunity to partner with breeders, buy heifers, bring them back, sell them as bred heifers. Be in the Classic Scholarship program, where they have some unique tour opportunities, a simple record book, interviews, and more importantly, networking with industry leaders.
So how does a youth find out about applying to be accepted?
The one thing right now is the Aspiring Young Cattleman application is up on our website. And so if there's a young boy or girl that would like to get involved in that program, check out the website, or more importantly, my phone number is all over the website. Give me a call. There's nothing better than visiting and reviewing those opportunities. And so if you're interested in any of the opportunities the Classic offers youth, give us a call, check out the website, and get involved.
And more exciting is to find some past youth that have participated and get their take on what the program is about if you have any questions.
There is. And, there's a young man behind the curtain, and I pick on him a lot. Spencer Wolohoski graduated from high school last year. He went on, I think he is in Texas, going to college, and a very talented young man that we'll tell his story just a moment, because prior to being in the Aspiring Young Cattleman program, he was not involved in the Galway breed. And I'm pretty sure when I introduced him that night to a Galway breeder, he thought, Renette, I'm a clubby guy. What are you doing partnering me with the Galway breeder? He developed a relationship. He went on to Galway Junior Nationals, and you know what? He's building a Galway herd today.
A fun way to start off our second class in this particular division, with one that I like a whole bunch, one that we think is very, very sound and functional, gets out and travels well, is really heavy structured, and still one that when you get off to the side of her is awesome, balanced in proportion from the side. Not out there and overwhelming in terms of width or shape, but one that is just very feminine, very good balanced, and we like her skeleton a whole bunch. A good place to start. Congratulations to that young lady. 2 and 3 I thought was really, really close. Thought there was just a little bit more strength and levelness in this young lady's female here. One that's still high tying and level in her spine. Got some strength in terms of muscle pattern when you step in behind her. She's got just a little bit more chest there, poking down in between her front legs. Maybe just a little upright up front, but a nice female, we think, to lead off this, or to be second in this particular class. Really a long, extended female here that comes next for this young lady. She did a good job of getting her shown, a female that maybe just doesn't piece together quite as nicely as those two right in front of her. Maybe wants to cut up just a little bit there in her heart, isn't quite as stout in terms of her rear leg, and like I said, maybe wants to get just a little off in terms of her hip when we get her into motion, but no doubt one that reads like a cow and is going to make an awesome replacement for that young lady. Congratulations.
And congratulations out of Class 14. First goes to Brentley Elber, second is to Kinley Uckhoff, and third will go to Megan Wolohoski. Moving into Class 15, now there will be 2 entries out of Class 15, both born in January of 22, and after this class, the selection of your champion balancer breeding heifer.
Another really high quality pair of big heifers here in our last class in this division, but elected to lead off with this young lady up front and thought this heifer probably just has a shade more power, a shade more dimension to her, naturally heavier structured kind of heifer when you study her down at the surface. And when that young lady gets her stuck, I think she can come together and look extremely nice from the side profile as well, along with her advantage of his natural pin width and body shape. Maybe one that when we get her into motion, maybe wants to duck her neck just a little bit and get up, but her tail head just a hair. But we still think her advantages allow her to win this particular class. Just a really basic, nice, functional female here that comes next for this young lady. She did a great job of getting her shown as well. One that is maybe just a shade more feminine about her front end in terms of her head shape and her neck. And once again, that young lady gets her stuck, and a lot of things can come together. Probably sets in just a shade nicer in terms of her tail head. The issue is we step in behind that female, and she gets just a shade plainer in terms of her natural shape, a little bit more closed up in terms of her pin width, but a really nice female that we think is very smooth and elegant in terms of how she's put together. So congratulations, those two young people, on a nice job.
Congratulations to Keisha Elber winning the class number 15 in the Balancer breeding heifer. Second will go to Paige Walahoski. Bringing in our first and seconds now for the selection of your champion Balancer breeding heifer.
As we get to the conclusion of the Balancer breed here, certainly happy with the three class winners we got back out here in their respective seconds behind them. There's a heifer that came in and hit us really hard just from a build standpoint in terms of her balance and her structure, her ability to get out and go. Once again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that she is the widest and stoutest one in this particular group. I do think she is the best one when we get them out here, and easily our favorite here. This young lady out of Class 2 will be your champion. Congratulations to her. Good job.
And congratulations, your champion Balancer breeding heifer exhibited by Brenly Elber. Your reserve champion is to Keisha Elber. Moving on now to Class 16. This is your miniature Hereford. There'll be a single entry for the miniature Hereford born February 18th of this year. This is cuteness overload.
You know, Susan, it's fun to watch the kids, and you and I were just talking about, you know, the Classic will celebrate its 34th annual event here in February in the traditional winter show, and the amount of generations that are involved in the Classic, you know, from, I said I give my age up in a hurry when I talk about this, but working with a grandpa, the son, then the grandson, and now the grandchildren. And so, you know, there's a lot of families that have been involved in 4 generations, and that's truly what it's all about, you know, building that next generation, aspiring them to be leaders, and, you know, not only in the beef industry and agriculture, but there's so many careers that these young people go on that are very important, and there's nothing better than, you know what, this young lady here's a perfect example, learning hard work, dedication, chores, and so it's truly about building that next generation.
And you can tell they're working with their animals at a young age, and they're ready to rock it in the ring.
Like they said on the mic, how about some cuteness overload in the miniature Hereford show? Young lady doing a phenomenal job, and it is cute, but to also talk about it from a quality standpoint, this is a really good miniature Hereford heifer that she's got, and going to have an awesome summer and spring jackpot season ahead, I'm sure. She does an absolutely phenomenal job with this little calf. Let's give her a huge round of applause as she exits the ring. Great job.
And congratulations, the Berkeley Wendt will also be your champion miniature Hereford breeding heifer exhibitor. We're moving on now to Class 17, Hereford breeding heifers. There will be 2 in this class, both born in April of 23.
Also want to recognize a vital part of the Classic team is Next Level Images. We've got Megan, and she is, I know, afar today, but she has sent some of her best team members here, so make sure and go over to the picture backdrop. Miss Peyton Farmer's over there, and Next Level Images. So if you're looking for your photos or your shots around the ring, make sure and look up Next Level Images.
Young ladies bring us a pair of Hereford Heifers that I'm sure are just getting into the show season here. I'm sure getting them through the ring here is going to be great for them, and an awesome way to do that here at the Classic. A pair of them here, a little different in type and kind. I like the Heiferd that the young ladies got that came in first, just a little tidier in terms of her front 1/3 and her throat latch down through her chest floor. A long-sided kind of female that's got some balance out through her hip. One that I think as she continues on and puts on more weight, is going to be very, very nice for her. A nice place to start off with. The young ladies heifer here that comes in second, very basic and going to make an awesome cow long term for this young lady. A female that we think is very sound and functional in the way that she's put together. Probably has the advantage of just natural body at this stage of the game. With that being said, she's maybe just a little bit plainer about her feature up front. Like to square up in her hip just a smidgen there to make her balance up a notch better. But a nice female. Congratulations. Those two. Give this young lady a round of applause as she exits the ring.
And congratulations coming out of Class 17. First will go to Jaden Thompson. Second is to Remington Busson. Class 18 will have 3 entries in them, all born in March of 23.
As we get into Class 2 and our Hereford females, a really nice class of them here. Once again, I'm sure cattle that are just getting to the ring for the first time, but cattle that certainly think that they have a nice future in front of them. Like the young ladies heifer here on the front, even though she is not the softest in terms of her rib and her center body at this stage of the game, we find the most promise in that one's just overall look and hind leg quality. One that's just a little bit sharper in terms of her front end design compared to the one that comes in second. She's got some stoutness down her back and out through her hip. Really heavy structure when you study her in terms of her hind leg, and gets out and travels. Probably looks the best, honestly, on the move at this stage of the game. Like I said, not the softest bodied one in the world, but one that we think with time is going to be very, very nice. Young lady heifer that comes here in second is probably just a shade softer. She might have the advantages, natural stoutness when you study her out through her pins. She's a female that to us, comparing her to that class winner, is maybe just a shade plainer in general about her head shape and her throat. She's a female that to us, once again, I'm sure just getting used to the ring, maybe doesn't balance up quite to the degree of our class winner, just in terms of how her shoulder sits in the center portion of her back. She does have the advantage of just maturity and stoutness over this young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Like this female's overall look and refinement about her front end, one that is very ladylike in terms of her feature. At the same time, that works against her just a little bit in this particular class, becoming the frailest in terms of her feature and the narrowest in terms of her body shape. But a good class. Congratulations to those 3 young people. Watch out, Jesse.
All right, out of Class 18, congratulations to Emma Stahlbaumer with first and second. Third will go to Timber Hula. Entry now is Class 19, a single entry born the 5th of December.
Young man brings his December heifer here, and dang sure one that is presented nice and very high quality for this young man. One that I admire for extra stoutness and her power. Female that's really bold in terms of her rib and opens up great in terms of a great hip shape, stout and heavy structure when you get down to the surface, and one that if she wants to relax, I think can balance up to a very high degree when we get off to the side of her. Sometimes we get that heifer into motion. She hits her stride just a little short for how we like it, and maybe it's just a shade coarse about her feature, but nonetheless one that you admire for added stoutness and her power, her extra heaviness of structure at the surface. Be fun to get her back out here in just a bit for your championship.
Congratulations to Kylan Helms out of Class 19. Our final class of Hereford breeding heifers. This is Class 20 coming in the ring, born in March and April of 22. After this class, we'll make the selection of your champion Hereford breeding heifer.
Another nice pair of them here as we close out our Hereford show. Going to leave them how they came in with the young lady up front, and one that to us is just very, very basic in the way that she's put together. Maybe as sound as any as we've seen in this particular drive. Female, it's very comfortable when we get her into motion in terms of her feet and legs. And when that young lady gets her stopped, one that still balances in proportions, I think, very well. Doesn't blow you away in any one area in terms of muscle or heaviness of structure. Maybe has just a little bit of chest underneath of her, but we think a very basic female that checks off a lot of boxes from a fundamental standpoint. young lady's heifer here that comes in twos, a big high-performing one that's going to be an extremely nice replacement for her, a female that's got some length and some extension to her and still some heaviness of foot size when you get down to the surface. She maybe wants to just duck her neck a little bit for us, a little tighter in terms of her spine, and then maybe comes up just a shade short when we ask that female to get out and go. But no doubt a quality one to stay in second. Get these two individuals back out here for your championship in just a moment.
And congratulations to Mesa Jones in first for our class number 20. Keisha Elber in second. Now we'll make our selection of our champion Hereford breeding heifer. Again, we are going to bring our firsts and seconds from each of the divisions.
Well, as we get to the conclusion of your Hereford show here, certainly lots of different types and kinds across these four classes of females, but we think quality's been very nice. You know, you could get different judges out here and I think do different things. I'm personally very comfortable with where we're going to land here for your champion reserve. One that I think is just very basic and fundamental in terms of how she's built is going to win, and then we're going to use a calf to be reserved that we think's got a great future ahead of her. She's just not quite ready to fight today. So help me congratulate young lady here out of this last class. She'll be your champion. Young lady out of class 2 will be reserved. Congratulations.
And congratulations, our champion Hereford breeding heifer exhibitor is Mesa Jones. Reserve champion is Emma Stahlbaumer. Entering now will be our polled Hereford breeding heifers, class number 21, both born in May of 23.
want to thank and recognize Live Auctions for being here. Mariah is kind of our official connection to people at home, and thank you to, she told me we've probably had about 100 people that are online watching, and that comes back to the time thing, Susan, you know, being able to connect and zone in, watch your kids, grandkids, because, you know, there's a lot of harvest still happening. And Live Auctions will actually be broadcasting our sale tonight. So if you're still looking for a prospect heifer and steer, or want to take a glance at some unique opportunities, there's some steers and heifers that'll be sold tonight at 6 o'clock.
Well, I think it is such a great opportunity. I wonder how many are watching in the combines and the grain carts today.
As we get into our pulled Hereford heifers here, a nice pair of them to lead off, and a heifer here that we're going to lead off with probably is one to us, just has a few more unique parts and pieces to her in terms of her ability to tie high out of the top side of her shoulder, be attractive through the front 1/3 of her body, and still get out and go with just a shade more density of foot size and heaviness of structure. It'll be interesting to see this heifer developed. Like I've commented a few times throughout the day, I'm sure she's still a shade nervous. I'd like to relax her just a little bit in her spine and allow her to be a notch more flexible in her spine, but a female that has some bells and whistles and some parts and pieces that you really, really like. Young man's heifer here that comes in 2 is one that is long-bodied and extended, a female that's got a tremendous amount of length to her, and still one that is functional in terms of her skeleton, maybe just becomes a shade more generic in how she's put together up through the front 1/3 of her body, and then gets to just a shade frailer when you get down to the surface of her, but a nice female nonetheless. Just ran into a really nice young May heifer in front of him. So congratulations, those two.
And congratulations out of Class 21. Macarena Jones will be first, and Wyatt Semick will be second. Class 22 is set to come in now. They are all born in the month of April. Here's the results of the first set. SEM won the first set 28-26.
Well, challenging class to put together for us here in Class 2 of the Pulled Herefords. And honestly, this young man's heifer not wanting to cooperate makes it just a little tougher. But hey, we get it. It's the first show. Got to battle through. At the end of the day, the young man's heifer is the one that we're the most comfortable with in terms of her ability to tie her pieces together. A female that we think has the advantage of being just a shade more genuine in terms of her body shape and natural width. A female that we think is a shade better in terms of how she ties her hip into her tail head, and a female that we think gets out and goes relatively well in terms of her feet and legs. She's not as wild in terms of her pieces as the one that comes directly behind her. She's not quite as just tidy in terms of her front end and wowy in terms of the length of it. She's not as big boned as the female behind her, but we do think she's more proportional in terms of her length and her proportions and her body shape to go ahead and say she needs to win this particular class. The initial impression of this heifer that comes in two is she needs to go to the top because she is a high tying, neat necked one that is really heavy structured, and we love those things about her. She's a female. It's got the advantage of foot size and heaviness of structure. Like we said, she is really intriguing in terms of her front end look and quality. The problem is when we get off behind her and step in from like a 3/4 view, she maybe wants to get just a little off in terms of her hip, and then we think she wants to close up quite a bit when we step in behind her in terms of her muscle pattern and how she transitions down to her base. But a female, if she comes into herself, more time and more feed into her, we think she's got big pieces, so it'll be interesting to see how that female kind of develops out. Young lady rounds out the class here and did a good job with a female. It's just a little bit behind, to be honest, in terms of where she's at in her body condition and just a maturity pattern, but a female that's got some heaviness of structure, some strength in terms of her top line. She just needs some time to catch up. But a good class. Congratulations to those three individuals.
And congratulations out of Class 22, first exhibited by Lander Forbes, second is to Mesa Jones, and third to Jaden Thompson. We are in the second set. The Mustangs are leading, of course, 1-0 out of the sets, but right now it is Amherst 5, SEM 4. Biggest class so far, 7 entries in Class 23, all born in March of 23.
Well, an interesting class to go through here, and like we commented, it is the biggest class of the day, and dang sure some challenging decisions along the way to kind of get to this placing, because I think there's a lot of cattle that got a lot of neat parts to them. If we could put them all together, we'd really have something. With that being said, since this young man's heifer, the dark red one, came in, was confident that she was probably the combination female that needed to start off this class. A female that's standing still here is really neat in terms of her front end, a female that opens up really nicely in terms of her body shape. She balances nicely through her hip and just proportions and give you a great look from the side. I'd be the first to tell you she's a little straight fronted for us. We'd like to lay her back there just a hair, but a female that we dang sure can't beat in this particular group because of it, because she's simply the highest quality and the combination female in this particular group. This view right here is what keeps the young lady's heifer here in second, one that is flat and level, really pretty when you get off to the profile, gets out and travels extremely good. The issue is when you step in behind her, you wonder if maybe we need to move her down a few spots because she just needs more in terms of pin shape and body width, but a female that from a profile standpoint we like a lot. She's a female that to us reads later in maturity pattern and maybe with a little more upside than this young lady's heifer here that comes in 3, that is no doubt stouter. She is wider pin, she is bolder, she is deeper. She could swallow the one in front of her at this stage of the game, and added with that a really stout structured one. The issue for us, we read her just a little quick in terms of her maturity pattern. She's maybe just a little beefy in terms of her front end for how we like them in terms of her neck, but no doubt one that is stout and powerful and going to make an awesome cow for that young lady. We really like this heifer that comes next in terms of where she looks, what she looks like from her shoulders back. We like a lot of things about. We think that's a good bodied one. We think that's a flexible hind-legged female that still has some power and dimension to her. She really wants to fight this young lady on the halter today, and honestly the best she looks is moving, because when we get her stopped she wants to duck her neck and kind of jam together up front. If that heifer gets down to showing better, we think she's got a very bright future and can move up in a hurry. Once again, shoulders back, a nice female here for this young lady, a female that's really bold and opened up in terms of her body cavity, got some heaviness of structure. Once again, just a little plainer through the front third of her body in terms of her throat latch and head shape. Didn't read her quite as swoopy in terms of her rib and center body. Just need to improve her underlying balance a notch. Young man's got a heifer here that's really nice and basic, maybe just runs out of bells and whistles a little bit. Nicely presented by this young man, a female that has got some balance and some femininity to her. Once again, a little plainer in terms of her throat latch. Maybe just want to stouten that female up in terms of her foot size, allow her to be a notch more flexible in terms of her hind leg. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that is certainly high quality and just a little bit behind. Once again, a female that we think's got some nice parts and pieces, just needs more time on feed to get kind of catch up and get back into the fight. But that young lady will get there, I'm sure. Keep working on her, honey. You'll have a good summer ahead of you. Congratulations.
And congratulations out of Class 23. First we'll go to Jackson Wright. Second is to Kaylee Killo. Third is to Addison Action. Fourth will go to Ashlyn Robinson. Fifth is to Kinley Fadig. Sixth to Kyan Morris. And seventh is to Lily Snodgrass. Our next class has 5 entries in it of polled Herefords. They were all born during the month of February. And to bring you up to date on the score, it is set 2. Right now it is SEM 17, Amherst 13.
really a Cowie female here to lead off for as we get into Class 4 in our Hereford females here. One that is really heavy structured and dense, and in our opinion has the ability to just be naturally bolder and more proportional in the way that she's put together from her shoulder back. Not out there in terms of her look up front, but when you study one from their back, we think we find a lot of things that we really like about that female, and ability to still be sound and get out and travel well. Like I said, not out there in terms of look. From their back, though, we think one that is very, very solid. Young man's heifer here that comes here in 2 is a notch more refined and attractive through the front third of her body. A female that's really long and good in terms of her spine. She wants to get up there in her tail head just a little bit, stepping behind that female. We think she wants to close just a little bit in her hock, and then we want to just soften her up in terms of her rib and center body. Young lady's got a big, high-performing heifer here that comes in 3, and, hopefully this heifer just kind of slows down a little bit from a growth standpoint, because we think she's got some really nice pieces to her. We like her look, like her added length. The female, it's got some heaviness of structure when you get down to the surface of her. Once again, like I alluded to, she's a little stretchy for us at this stage of the game. Want to see that female slow down and just soften up in terms of her rib and center body. There's just more to her, though, compared to this young lady here that comes in 4 that's got a female that's very basic and sound when she's into motion. Once again, a little bit off in terms of her hip and balance. Maybe just needs more time on feed to kind of catch up in this particular group. But a nice class. Congratulations to them.
His results out of Class 24. Congratulations to Mason Blessing with first, second exhibited by Landon Pisick. Third is to Emily Sodgrass, and fourth to Faith Perry. Class 25 now in the ring of our polled Hereford breeding heifers, all born during November. And just to bring you update on state volleyball, SEM won the second set. And they won it 25-15 over Amherst.
Really like a lot of things about this young man's heifer here that leads off this particular class in November's, and a female that's standing still. I think proportions awesome, her balance and her eye appeal I think are very, very good, and still to come with that kind of advantages from the profile. She's still one that has the advantage of just natural width and dimension and heaviness of structure compared to the one right behind her. You know, sometimes this heifer gets moving just a little fast and it looks a little uncoordinated, but it'll be interesting to see her come back out here for your championship in just a bit, because a female that we certainly think is very, very high quality for this young man. Young lady does a great job getting this heifer shown, and a female that's certainly standing still. She gets her set up, and you find a lot of things you like about her, just in terms of her levelness of lines, her overall silhouette, one that is very refined and ladylike about her feature. Compared to that one that wins, though, she wants to close up just a little bit in her pin set. She gets just a little frailer in terms of her bone work, and she's not quite as just a lead in terms of her overall look up front, but one that is very functional and going to make a great cow for this young lady. Let's give her a big round of applause as she exits the ring.
And congratulations out of Class 25. First we'll go to Hayden Helms and second to Blair Bueller. Class 26 of our polled Hereford breeding heifers, there should be 3 entries born in August and September of 22.
Little more challenging class to put together here as we continue on in our Hereford show, and don't know if there's one that just jumps out and says they have to win. And honestly, I think every placing in here is debatable and some give and take. Young Man's Heifer up front is the one that kind of elected to lead off with and just found the most positive in terms of having some width, some length, and extension, still having some bone and some and being able to get out and go in terms of her hind leg. Be the first to tell you, would like to rock her back and her shoulder just a little bit there and free her up out of her front end, but a female that I think's got more width and stoutness than the one directly behind her and is still an advantage from a structure standpoint than the one that lands in 3. So congratulations to this young man for your class winner. Young Man's Heifer here that comes in 2's probably got just an advantage of proportionality and refinement compared to the female that comes in 3. Really an extended long female that's got an attractive look about her front end,
in. The issue we run in with her is she's just probably the narrowest one in this particular group. Would like to soften her in terms of her rear rib and flank and stouten her up in terms of her bone work as well. Young ladies heifer that rounds out the class, no doubt, is probably the boldest and most opened up of this particular group in terms of the shape and dimension to her body cavity. She's a female that to us, probably when we get her into motion, probably comes apart the most. She wants to duck her head a little bit. She wants to get straighter in her shoulder, higher in her spine, and the most uncoordinated in terms of how she moves. Good class of females. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our exhibitors out of Class 26. First goes to Cooper Anchen, second is to Landon Pasek, and third will go to Kinsley Anchen. Class number 27 is our polled Hereford breeding heifers. We'll have 4 entries. April May babies entering the ring.
Well, another nice group of females here in this group of 4 of them. Elected to lead off with a young man in the cowboy hat and a female that we think probably just allows herself to win from a freshness standpoint and a look standpoint. A female that's ultra good up through the front third of her body in terms of her neck, and now she reads down through her chest floor, long and level when you get off to the side of her. A female that I think just from a balance and quality standpoint is the one that we're very comfortable with in this particular group. Be the the first to tell you, like to see just a shade more flexibility off either end. She's maybe a little upright off either end of her skeleton, and we could open her up just a hair, but no doubt the one that from a quality standpoint, from the balance and proportions that we want to see, is the one that we like. The female that comes in too has no doubt got more to her in terms of her pin width, in terms of body shape, in terms of natural mass through the center portion of her body. With that, though, she's a little heavier than what we'd like to see from a condition standpoint. She's a female that becomes just a shade plainer about her look through the front third of her body, and then another female that, for all that mass and stoutness up high, would like to see her denser in terms of her skeleton underneath. 3 and 4 were a challenging pair for us. I think cattle that are probably built similar in terms of having some muscle and some density. Both these females have more than enough in terms of bone. These cattle probably just come off a little bit from where we want to be from a balance standpoint in terms of how they read out through their hips. This young lady's heifer, I thought, was just a little more comfortable in terms of how she got out and traveled compared to the 1 and 4. Young lady did a really nice job here with a female that's got some mass and some dimension to her. Just want to free her up out of her front end skeleton to move her up any higher. Congratulations, those 4 individuals.
And congratulations, results on a Class 27. First will go to Michael Coulterman, second to Graydon Forbes, third to Faith Perry, and fourth to Remington Blesson. Well, 2 entries coming in out of Class 28, both born March of 22. And just to keep everybody up to date, set 3 right now between SEM and Amherst. SEM is ahead 12-11. And I should add that SEM is leading overall with the sets 2-0.
Another pair here that certainly wouldn't fight you if you felt needed to go the other way. For us, the young lady's heifer here that we elected to lead off with is still just a shade higher quality in terms of her look through her front 1/3. She's got quite a bit more femininity and refinement about her head and neck, and still one that probably has just a shade more true shape and dimension when you study her through the upper portions of her skeleton. Would be the first to tell you I'd like to lay that heifer back in her shoulder and allow her to have more freedom of movement up there. We could set her tail head down in her just as a little bit as well, but a female that I think just from a look of quality standpoint is the one that gets the nod for us in this particular group. The really basic fundamental brood cow here for this young lady comes here in 2, and we did think it was close because she gets out of her front end better. She's very fundamental and functional when you study her in terms of her structure. She's a female that's got enough in terms of width and dimension. She's just a shade plainer up through the front third of her body in terms of the top side of her neck. We'd like to tidy her up there just a little bit in terms of her throat to just give her a notch more attractiveness up there to give her the nod, but a nice one that's going to make a tremendous cow for her. Congratulations.
And coming out of Class 28, congratulations to Allie Perry. Second will go to Emma Stonebomber. We got Class 29 coming in. This is a single entry born January 14th at 22. After this, we'll make the selection of our champion polled Hereford breeding heifer. Just a quick note, if you were handed a red ribbon, keep that in your back pocket. You'll have the opportunity to come back and compete for the showmanship later on this afternoon. And it is your choice whether you go blow and go or you keep them fitted.
Just a single entry here this young lady's doing a good job with, and a female that's very basic. Once again, I know I sound like a broken record, but you guys have done a great job bringing us some of these Hereford females that we think are just going to make tremendous cows for them. A female that's very functional and sound when you get her into motion, a female that's got enough to her in terms of width, and from her shoulders back, I think balances really nicely. Study her up to the front third of her body. She's maybe just a shade plainer about her head and neck, maybe poking just a little bit of chest down there. But once again, that ain't going to take away from her being a tremendous cow and a female that is going to make a great replacement for this young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
And congratulations to Timber Hula out of Class 29. Bringing in now our first and seconds to make the selection of your Poll Hereford Breeding Heifer Champion and Reserve. Give you an update on some scores. The football game, the Spartans are beating the Huskers 10-7. And right now Amherst is leading SEM 19-15 in the third set.
Well, not only in terms of numbers, but also depth of quality. I think a very, very strong Polled Hereford show, and the best that we've seen as a group as they came back out here today here at the Classic. But lots of differences and types and kinds going through them. You know, I don't know if there was enough depth through those classes to just kind of pick a kind and say that that's what you're going to roll with. And I'm not going to tell you that there's a perfect one out here, but I think there's a bunch of really, really nice ones and high quality ones. I'll mention just a couple that we think are in contention, and I guess there's 4 of them for us that probably do so. Starting here out of the young man with the cowboy hat out of Class 2, a really high quality calf, and you can kind of tell how she shows out here. It's probably her first go round, but a female that we think is very, very high quality. Proportions awesome from her shoulder back. Her body shape's good. I think she's got a good hind leg. Every once in a while, in terms of her movement, and I think it's more of a product of fighting the halter a little bit, she can look just a shade uncoordinated out of her front end, but I think that female's got a very, very bright future and is one that we like a whole bunch. Young man's dark red heifer here that comes next, another one that we think is very high quality. Young man gets that one set up, and she is sharp in terms of her front third. She balances nicely out through her hips. She's got more than enough muscle and dimension. Like I commented in class, I want to lay that heifer back in her shoulder just a little bit to allow her to be a notch more flexible up front, and we could maybe stouten her just a little bit in terms of her foot size as well, but a really high quality dark red one there out of the Class 3. The other one that we really like, or there's 2 more I want to talk about, young man's fall heifer here is one that just from a proportions and balance and still having some extra stoutness to her is one that hits us extremely good. I think that female, when he gets her stopped, it really balances up to a very high level. I like the shape of her foot, and a female that is just kind of dense about her body design, and we like that about her. If we could get critical of her every once in a while, I think her angles to her skeleton read awesome. Every once in a while, she can be just a shade short in terms of her step, but certainly one that we like a great deal in this particular lineup. The other one that we think's in contention is this young man in the cowboy hat here, one that is just ultra, ultra fresh. She comes to us for a big heifer, razor-necked, and really good in her chest floor. Her lines are awesome. She's a female that, being that fresh, also probably needs just a shade more for us at times in terms of muscle and dimension. You could stouten that female at the surface as well, but for a big heifer, big Hereford heifer to be that fresh and that attractive in terms of her look, we think is certainly very impressive, and it puts her right into contention as well. So we're going to take one more look. We'll get you a couple champions. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion Polled Hereford breeding heifer, exhibited by Hayden Helms, your reserve champion Michael Coulterman. And just to let you know, they've gone into a fourth set. SEM is up 2-0 over Amherst in set number 4. Entering the ring now will be our Limb Flex breeding heifers. There should be 3 entries in this class. Born February and March of this year. And Jeremy wants me to let you know it's 10-10 right now for the football score.
We get into our Limplex show here. I think a challenging decision on the front part of this class, and certainly wouldn't argue another way if you felt strongly. But I think this female just fits us just a shade better in terms of being a notch stouter and denser in terms of her skeleton. A female that's got an advantage of foot size and heaviness of structure. She opens up with more natural stoutness up through her hip. Her body is good. Honestly, the struggle with her is just getting her to relax enough to get a strong, confident read in terms of her hind leg. I think it's more than good enough. I'm not going to tell you I think it's perfect, but I think she gets out and handles herself, and as she relaxes and settles in, I think her structure is more than good enough to go ahead and lead off this particular class. A nice place to start. Young man's heifer here that comes in two is no doubt not a high quality one, because she is. That is one neat-necked one that is good in her lines and really balanced and proportional from the profile. We get down to the surface, that female, just want to stouten her up and give her more natural stoutness of dimension, and female that we want to make her stouter in terms of her foot size and heaviness of structure to move her up, but a really good looking one that balances awesome. Young man rounds out the class here with one that no doubt is not giving up any in terms of shape and dimension. Big hipped female that's really shapely when you study her behind her shoulders, and a female that's heavy structured as well. Just need to change her from a balance standpoint and allow her to get out and travel better out of her hip and hind leg.
Your results now out of Class 30. First will go to Evan Blank, second is to Devin Benish, and third to Simon Kelly. There'll be a single entry in the Class 31. After this, we'll make your selection of your champion, Limflex breeding heifer.
Well, happy to see this single entry come in. A female that we like a whole bunch and does a lot of good things right, just in terms of combining some of the things that we like in terms of foot size and heaviness of structure, getting off to the side of her and still balancing up to a high degree without sacrificing some width and stoutness with it. She gets out and she's very comfortable in terms of her movement. A female that we think is just very, very solid. We'll see her in just a minute come to see for your champion Limflex.
And congratulations to Carly Coulterman, the winner of Class 31. Bringing them back in, your first and seconds make the selection of your champion, Limflex breeding heifer.
Well, Susan, are you keeping track of the scores? What's the Huskers doing?
And 10-10 at halftime.
10-10 halftime. If you're wanting to check out, again, the game is on in the Ag Pavilion. Actually, Billy Jack's is selling some pizza in there. North Star Beef is in there selling some great jerky.
That is amazing jerky.
Great
and the fact
snack.
that you're purchasing local, which makes it even better.
It is a home right here in Nebraska-based business.
And SEM is leading Amherst now 11-6 in set 4.
As we wrap up our Limflex show, only been a few of them, but 3 high-quality heifers back out here for this particular group. With that being said, there's one that we like a whole bunch. We'll keep things rolling along here. Young lady's big heifer is going to be your champion. Young man there that won Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to you guys.
And congratulations to Carly Coulterman, the winner of the champion Limflex breeding heifer. Your reserve is exhibited by Evan Blank. Next is our main Anjou. There will be a single entry in class number 32. This will also be the selection of your champion.
You know, Susan, it's been an exciting day, and everybody would say, you've got the best seat in the house up here. You can watch and see the kids and the quality of cattle that's been here. And, you know, this morning in the market show and here as we're in our breeding heifer show, the quality of cattle and kids is just phenomenal.
It is, and I truly enjoy watching the look on their face when they're in the ring and they see the judge walking over towards them, whether it's in a class decision or in the champion decision. But it doesn't matter. Every one of these kids have worked so hard. And some of these heifers they're bringing in, this might be the first time they've been in a show ring yet ever, besides the practice at home.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, you know what? There might be some of these heifers, they've been at their county fair, they might have been at the winter edition in February, they might have traveled to several junior nationals this summer. And, you know, the one thing that is kind of exciting is, you know, as these kids go to junior nationals and as you're looking at some of these booths in here in the expo building, there is one company that if you travel to a junior national across the nation, you'll see that Biozyme Sure Champ. And they believe in kids. They travel all across the nation, and they are really striving to help build that next generation and yet like to work with truly cattlemen in all different stages. So invite you guys, make sure, I know Kevin Globius is here somewhere. I've seen him walking around. So make sure and stop and visit with Biozyme Sure Champ as well as several of the other sponsors here. And Susan, you can attest to, you know, all of these companies want to help build that next generation.
You know, they truly do run that, and I think it's also a great opportunity. If you're questioning your feeding and how and what you're doing with your heifers or your steers that you're going to be showing, it's a great opportunity to go speak to each one of these booths and just say, this is what I'm doing. What should I be doing, or am I doing it correctly?
And, you know, they are here to visit with you. Everywhere from, I know Randy, I think he's hanging out in the Ag Pavilion watching the football game right now with Perina. We've got the Allied Nutrition team. I know Ralston and JC are over there, as well as we've got the Cooper family here. And, again, they're here because they want to visit with you. And it's all about making those connections and providing those opportunities.
And as today goes on, we've got more to show. And then we've got showmanship later this afternoon. You've got the auction tonight. And if you've got somebody at home that can't get here to watch you in person, it's a quick click and they could be watching you live.
Absolutely, and thanks to Live Auctions, they partner with us and help streamline the shows as well as the sales. And that sale will be tonight promptly at 6 o'clock. And so if you're looking, there's only 18 head, but if you're looking for a steer or heifer prospect, and, you know, Susan, the one nice thing is the hard work's done. They're all broke.
That's the most important thing. Speaking from mom experience with kids who showed, I'll take a broke animal any day.
And, you know, we want to talk about on the north side of the ring here, we've got Final Drive, Travis, he comes to you from Wisner, Nebraska, Sullivan Supply, and these two companies are here to support you as well. And Susan, you were ringside yesterday for the fitting contest. And, you know, several people asked when we brought this fall edition back, and they said, why are you doing a fitting contest? And I said, you know, if you're not fitting cattle, it's about like going to the prom without getting dressed up.
Ooh, I like that analogy. And I'm impressed watching these kids fit yesterday. I was telling you up here, I can fit a dairy cow, I can fit a dairy coat lickety split. But you put me next to a beef animal, and I have to really stop and think about it because I don't fit enough beef cattle. But it was a great opportunity. These kids, if somebody is looking for somebody to help fit, these young ones could have a good job ahead of them.
Absolutely, and it's all about building those skills to help them at their county fairs, state fair, Exarban, Kansas City, Junior Nationals, National Western Stock Show. And so lots of opportunities. We've got a fun afternoon. We're going to get ready here and roll in. We're on our main Anju class. Is that correct?
We are. Single entry coming out of this main class, born the 11th of May. And this will also be our champion main, should the judges choose that.
just a single entry in our high main division, but a really, really good one for this young man here. A female that puts together a lot of good things in terms of proportions and look from the side. Body balance is awesome, and still one that's got a good hind leg and gets out and travels well. Maybe just not the stoutest in terms of her pin or widest from behind, but man, you talk about a good one from the side that can get out and go. A really nice one for that young man. Congratulations.
And congratulations to Baron Strope with the champion Maine Anjou breeding heifer. Moving on now will be class 33. This is the Maine Angus breeding heifers. There'll be 2 in this class, born in February and March of this year.
Well, as we get into our main Angus, there's just two of these, but also it may be as tough a decision as I think we've had today in this electing to use your class winner. I think it's very, 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 very close between these two cattle, and it comes down to it. When I put them into motion, I just like this young man's heifer with the cowboy hat. I like her in terms of her hind leg and her hock function just a little bit better than that young lady's, and this is one that is really neat looking in terms of her front end. I think she balances really nice out through her hip. Like I said, I think she has a distinct advantage in her ability to go out of her hip and her hind leg compared to the one that comes right in behind her. This heifer is not as heavy structured as that female in front of her, and honestly, I'd like to lay this heifer back just a little bit in terms of her front end. She's a little upright for me there, but that is one neat looking one that balances good when you get off to the profile, and like I said, her hind legs like how we want to build them. That's a neat female. Taking nothing away from this heifer that comes in two, because we think she's really good too. And initially when they came in, she is the heavier structured, denser skeleton one, and that's why we kind of gravitated to her at first. That's a female that is really long-bodied and extended, got a great look up through the front end of her body, and this is a heifer that we think is capable of very big things. For us personally, when we got this heifer on the motion and on the go, I just want to see her plant and go with more flexibility out of her hock, and ultimately that's where she lands in two. You know, if you got critical on her as well, you could open her up just a little bit in terms of her rib shape as well. But man, that's getting critical on one that's presented awesome and very, very high quality. Congratulations to those two kids.
And congratulations out of Class 33. First we'll go to Baron Strope, second Silvana Barta. Now just note, Class 34 is set to enter the ring a single entry, born the 10th of February. After this class, will make the selection of your champion main Angus breeding heifer.
Single entry here in our bigger main Angus group, and a female that certainly represents a quality kind of cattle in terms of look and outline and stoutness, and still having some heaviness of structure when you get down to the surface. She's a long-bodied female, and honestly, when we put her into motion, maybe hinders her just a little bit because it makes her look just a shade short-strided and maybe not completely fill her track when we get her into motion, but no doubt one that is high quality. Young lady's got her fitted nicely and done a really nice job getting her shown. Congratulations to her. We'll bring her back out here in just a moment.
And congratulations to Georgia Johnson, winner of Class 34. Again, now bringing in our first and seconds for the selection of your champion main Angus. In 4 sets. Here's this play right there. Well, it was 21, so next one after this. Okay.
We're probably not great poker players, but you know how much we liked that first pair, and we thought how tough that division was in class, and that decision, I should say. Both those cattle, I think, are very, very high quality. We're going to keep them together. Young man up front's going to be your champion. Young lady there in the purple will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Baron Strope, your champion Maine Angus breeding heifer winner. And Laguna Bardo will be reserve champion. And SEM fans, congratulations, a first state championship since 1981.
You know, Susan, this is probably the very first show for these calves. They probably haven't had a halter on very often.
really close pair here, and some differences between them. And honestly, I think you could go either way, depending on what you're going to be comfortable with. To me, it comes down to two cattle here that I think are both very high quality. I guess I found more elite pieces and more bigger pieces in this young lady's calf. She is a notch more extended and attractive about her front 1/3. I think she's laid back just a shade better in the angle to her knee. She's a female that's got some extra length and extension to her, and no doubt one that has the advantage in terms of heaviness of structure. She's a female that maybe becomes just a little bit difficult for me to read. I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip, and I'd like to maybe allow her to set down just a little more naturally in terms of her hind leg. If you do that, I think she wins easy. I do have a couple questions on her hip and hind leg, but I think within this pair today, I just think I got to call it acceptable and use the one that I think's got a few more bigger pieces amongst them. This heifer here, I think, is very basic and very good. Her proportions and her body shape is awesome. She's got more than enough stoutness when you step in behind her. She's a little jammed up front compared to that one that wins, just a little shorter in terms of her neck. I think that female's a little upright in the angle to her shoulder and knee. And the biggest thing is, even though I prefer this heifer's motion to her hip and hind leg, I just want to excuse me, I just want to stouten her up in terms of her rear foot and bone to make her my slam dunk winner. But that's a really, really nice pair of females that I think can go either way. Young man had a heifer here that I really, really like this calf. I think her build's awesome. Her balance is good. She's just got to act a little bit better for this young man. I want to commend him for hanging in and doing a good job. That heifer's very good, young man, so keep working with her. Keep your head on the grindstone, and you'll get her. Let's give him a nice round of applause as he exits here. Did a great job. Young lady's baldy heifer here is one that's a little greener and a little more behind in terms of where she's at in terms of condition, but I thought she was just a little smoother, more angular, and better in her lines compared to this one that comes next. That heifer is going to continue to get better with time. A nice female there. Young lady comes next with one that's really stout and opened up. Just need to free her up in terms of her structure a notch, but a nice group. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And congratulations out of Class 35. First we'll go to Josie Wilson, second to AJ Pospisil, third is to Avery Horton, fourth to Addison Rist, and fifth to Kylie Ayers. We have a single entry in Class 36, born September 28th.
Just a single entry here as we continue on in our maintainer show, and a female here that's got a lot of good to her. I mean, that one is moderate and wide and opened up, really bold in terms of her rib cage, and still one that ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. Got a cowie feature to her front end, one that you like all those things about a great deal. Put her into motion and maybe just a little tighter in terms of how I'd like to see him in terms of a rear pastern. Could free her up just a little bit, but no doubt one that for having that much width and stoutness is still very, very good. Congratulations to this young man on a heifer that could have stood quite a bit more competition.
And congratulations to Garrett Schultz out of Class 36. We'll have two entries coming in out of Class 37, born in February and March of 22. After this, Class 37 will make our selection of our champion maintainer. And just to pass along, it is 1310 Spartans.
But a really nice place to start here with this young lady's female, and just from a skeleton standpoint, ability to get out and motor, like that female a lot. And then she gets her stopped, a female that's naturally high tying, got a good head feature about her, balance through the upper portions of her skeleton are awesome, great out through her hip. Love all those things about her. A female that can just give you such a high quality look. You know, if you got critical of her, we could change her just a little bit in terms of her underline balance, in terms of how she transitions from her chest into her forerib and then out through her flank. If we could balance her better there, that would certainly maybe be where we would change her, that female. But a female that we think is very, very high quality. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man here that comes in two, just got in here with a really nice one. A female that's got some width, some heaviness of structure, still really tidy in terms of her head shape and her neck. A female that we'd like to change just a little bit in terms of how she transitions out through her hip. Want to pick that heifer's pins up just a little bit and relax her in her spine. For this stage of the game, probably needs to be just a shade softer in terms of her center body as well. But a nice female here that certainly fits right in. So congratulations, those two exhibitors.
And congratulations out of Class 37, Vienna Cells will have first. Second will go to Adam Elves. Bringing our first and seconds back in now for the selection of your champion maintainer.
We'll keep moving along here in our maintainer show. A strong group of them. Thought that first class was really good, and then that last class came in and got a really, really nice individual out of there. And all five of these animals in the ring here certainly represent high-quality animals. Not going to talk about them again. We'll go get you the two that we like to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to these people in this particular division.
And congratulations, your champion maintainer, exhibited by Vienna Cells. Your reserve champion is to Josie Wilson. Moving on now to our shorthorn breeding heifers. This is our first class, Class 38. These will be April and May babies. There'll be 3 entries.
We're going to leave these shorthorn heifers as they were, as they came in, and elected to lead off with this young lady's white heifer here, and just thought she had the most unique pieces in this particular group. A female that combines some added body and some stoutness out through her hip with some heaviness of structure when you get down to the surface. Still one that's really neat up through the front third of her body in terms of her throat latch and how she blends down through her chest. You know, she's one that maybe you could maybe just pick up a little bit at the top side of her shoulder. She's maybe just a little lower tying than what I'd like to see. We could set her tail head down in her just to a little bit, but no doubt a commanding winner in this particular group. 2 and 3, a little more challenging in terms of where you want to be in type and kind. Thought this young man's heifer probably has just an advantage of shape and muscularity when you study her up through her hip, right behind her shoulder, and with that, still tidier up through her front 1/3. You know, she needs to soften up just a little bit from her chest floor to her flank, and as that heifer kind of matures and does that, I think she can be very, very competitive. Today, she's just a little rawer. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class here is one that is no doubt bigger outlined and still one that's got a tremendous amount of length and extension to her. Just want to open that girl up in terms of her body shape and her pin width, and then as we get down to the surface, give her a shade more just bone and foot size to go along with it. But no doubt a long-bodied, extended female that gets out and handles herself well in the move.
Now here's your results out of Class 38. First we'll go to Caitlin Bruss. Second is to Miles Kobza, and third to William Podlick. Next is Class 39. There'll be 4 entries, January, February of 23.
One other competitive group as we keep going through our shorthorns here. And the basic cowie featured one that the young man brings here with the cowboy hat's going to win this particular class. She's the one that I think probably balances up the best and puts together the most good things from a proportionality standpoint, and still is probably the safest amongst these in terms of her structure. A female that's feminine up front, got the best shape to her lower rib and then center 1/3, and still balances nicely out through her hip. She's not out there in terms of shape, and we could stouten her just a little bit in terms of her pin set. We could stouten her from behind and square her up in terms of her hock, but no doubt one that to us probably lands at the front pretty easily in our opinion. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, I think most replicates her just in terms of her feminine feature up front and still having some natural body sweep. A female that does have some heaviness of structure to her. She's just got a little extra set to her hind leg, and to make it more attractive, we probably just need to square her up there and allow her to be a notch more attractive in the set to her hind leg, but a female that's certainly got some nice things about her. The young lady did a good job of getting her shown. Really a debatable decision here between 3 and 4. This young lady's heifer that comes in 3 is ultra nice necked, got some width when you step in behind her. She's got a notch more just natural rib and body turn when you set her through the center portion of her body. The issue for us when we get her into motion, she's plenty up and down in terms of her hock. I'd like to see a notch more give and flexibility there to make us real comfortable with her, but still thought she had some advantages in terms of look and just natural body turn to land in 3. Young lady's heifer here that comes in 4, I do like her hind leg set quite a bit better than that heifer that comes in front of her, and I think down the road she can get her. A female that's still feminine up front. She wants to get off just a little bit in terms of her hip, and then of this class probably is just the hardest from her chest floor to her flank. If we could soften her up, it makes that decision to move her up quite a bit easier. But good class of females. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
We have one more class of shorthorn breeding heifers, class 40, to set to enter the ring are April and May of 22. After this, the selection of your champion shorthorn breeding heifer. Your results out of class 39. First will go to Cole Bruce, second is to Reese Locke, third to Becca Podlick, and fourth to Lucy Podlick. Again, this is class 40 entering the ring.
As we get into our bigger class of shorthorns here, still a nice group of them, and a commanding winner in our opinion with this young man in the cowboy hat, a female that puts together a lot of quality, attractive up front, and still opens up the best in terms of her body shape, the most attractive in the set to her hip and her hind leg, and still offers some substance when you get down to the surface. One that I think is very, very nice and very high quality. Congratulations to him. Young man's heifer that comes here in second, another one that's got a really good look to her, standing still, presented nicely by that young man. Got some heaviness of structure, a big-footed female that's got some stoutness when you step in behind her. Her issues come just a little more evident when we get her into motion. That heifer wants to get just a little more upright and straighter about her front end, maybe wants to roll out of her hip and just not be the most athletic when we get her into motion, but still she overwhelms the one that comes next just in terms of overall mass, stoutness, and performance. Young lady's white heifer, I think, is probably the better structured option in that particular pair. A female that gets out and goes and is very athletic in terms of where she goes and with her feet and legs. A female that balances nicely here. She's one that just gives up a lot today in terms of width, in terms of stoutness, and overall performance again. But a female that just evaluating her for herself, I think, is very nice and very high quality. So nice group of shorthorns. Let's give them a big round of applause.
And congratulations out of Class 40. First will go to Cole Bruce, second is to Tegan Hittner, and third to McKenna Renner. Bringing in our first and seconds now for the selection of your champion shorthorn breeding heifer.
Another high quality group of them when we get them back out here, and all of them are built a little different in this breed. But I think for you guys to have 3 class winners and the seconds you do standing behind them, dang sure should be proud of that. The young lady's white heifer up here won that class because of her quality and her balance. A female that's got some neat pieces to her. The question I have on her is just long-term maturity and where she'll be. She's and I mean this in a positive way, but she's very cute right now, and how that heifer kind of matures and comes into herself will be interesting, but she's got a lot of neat pieces that'll be a really fun one for that young lady to see develop. The young lady's red heifer that comes next is just very basic and sound and functional, cowy in terms of her body design, and still feminine about her head and neck. Talked about her in class, not really out there in any one area in terms of width or heaviness of structure, but no doubt one that we think is very, very fault-free and not problematic in the least bit in this particular group. Young man's red-necked roan heifer that comes next, another one that just kind of shines out here in our opinion of having some extras and some parts and pieces that you really gravitate towards. Help me congratulate him. He'll be your champion.
And congratulations to Cole Bruce, had the champion and the reserve champion Shorthorn breeding heifer. Your champion comes out of class 40. Your reserve champion is out of class 39. Now to bring in our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers, this first class. Born in February and in April of 23, there are 2 entries.
As we get into our plus show here, 2 heifers that are kind of very opposite in type and kind. I guess the blue roan female, probably for me, is just a little bit more my speed in terms of her muscle pattern and ability to go out of her hip and her hind leg. When that young lady gets her stuck, she balances up really nicely. When you get off to the profile of her, she's not out there in terms of look. She's not out there in terms of muscle, but I think her basics are very, very good, and looks like her future's bright. Will continue to get better. I think one that's got a nice hip and hind leg, and is just a little safer in terms of where she's at in muscle pattern and body depth. Young lady's blue and white heifer here is really, really tricked out. A neat-headed, neat-necked one that's really heavy structured, and a female that's got some muscle too. For maybe how I particularly like him is maybe reads just a little quick in her maturity pattern for me. I'd like to free her up at the ground just a little bit and allow her to be a notch softer as she comes to the surface, but a really unique one there for her. That'll be a fun cow. Congratulations, young lady.
Congratulations out of class 41. First will go to Claire Crystal. Second is to Reese Locke. 2 entries coming in out of class 42. March and May of 22, after your class 42, will make the selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer.
challenging decision here in our second class of Shorthorn Pluses, but at the end of the day, this young lady's blue heifer probably just has quite a bit more to her in terms of pin width and in terms of natural turn to her body and overall mass. And the higher performing female still gives you a quality look through the front third of her body, an attractive kind of fronted heifer there. She comes apart in her loin just a little bit, and honestly, she might be just a shade full as she comes to us in the ring, and I think it hinders her just a little bit in terms of movement, but a nice individual there that certainly has some advantage over the heifer that comes in second. The heifer that comes in second's probably got a more attractive set to her hind leg, a big-footed kind of female there that's really tidy up front, and you like her when you get off to the profile. Stepping behind that heifer, and I just can't convince myself there's quite enough to her. We just need to open her up in terms of her rib, give her a notch more just overall capacity through her rib and center body. But I want to commend this young man for doing a great job of getting her shown. Let's give him a big round of applause as he goes out the ring.
And congratulations to Reese Locke winning Class 42. Second will go to Corbin Koenig. We're going to bring them all back in now for the selection of your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer.
As we wrap up our Shorthorn Plus division here, certainly some differences in types and kinds, and I'm sure you could grab some different judges out here and they could do it different ways. But like the two that we get back out here, there's one that's just a little bit more our speed and gets out and travels the way we want them to, still balances up to a very high degree. Young lady out of Class 1, she'll be your champion, and then this young lady out of Class 2 will be reserved. So congratulations.
And congratulations to Clara Crystal, your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding exhibitor. Reserve will go to Reese Locke. As we continue on this afternoon, the purebred Simmental breeding heifers will be our next grouping. This is Class 43, all born in April of 23. And the current score is Michigan 20, Nebraska 10.
as we jump into our Simmental show here. A nice trio of them, and especially a nice pair at the top part of this class. The young man up front is the one that we're the most comfortable with from a structure standpoint. A female that you study her from her shoulder back, like a lot of things about her. She's seamless in her transition into her forerib. Her body depth transitions awesome. A female that really gets out and goes good in terms of her feet and legs. In our opinion, she's a female when you get down to the surface and you start thinking about big picture things. Maybe she's one that you could stouten just a little bit in terms of her foot size. Maybe you'd like to trick her out just a little bit up front in terms of her head and neck set. But past that, I think you'd be getting pretty critical of a heifer that is good bodied, good balanced, and very sound when put into motion. So a nice place to start there for that young man. Young man's baldy heifer here that comes in seconds probably is just a little neater through the front 1/3 of her body, and she's a female that once again balances nicely from her chest floor down through her flank, and you like those things about her. She's a female that when we get her into motion, she wants to get a little higher in terms of her back. I want to soften her up and make her more flexible in terms of her spine, and at the same time a female that could give just a notch more freedom of movement off either end of her skeleton, but that's getting critical of one that is very, very high quality to land in second in this particular class. Young man did a good job here hanging on with this heifer. Let's give him a big round of applause for doing a good job getting this one shown. Keep working on her, buddy. She'll be a fun one throughout the summer.
They catch her so I can talk. Yep. And congratulations out of class 43. First will go to Blakely Katz, second to Cade Hogan, and third to Cooper Victor. Ready now to bring in our purebred Simmental breeding heifer class number 44. There will be 3 entries in this class, January, February, and March of 23.
a logical place to start here with the young man's Baldy female at the front. And, you know, she combines a lot of good things. A female that is really high-necked and balances nicely when you get off to the side of her. She's the one that is the most flexible and athletic when we get her into motion. Not out there in terms of hair. She's maybe just a little more honest in terms of her hair than what you'd see at this stage of the game sometimes. But a female that I think is big outlined and proportional, attractive and sound. And we raise Simmentals at home, and I know that that's hard to do, so a very good one to lead off this particular class here and go ahead and do that. 2 and 3 I thought a little more challenging. Elected to use this young lady's white-footed heifer here to be in second. There's probably just more to her in terms of natural width and body shape, and still one that gives you an attractive look up front. You know, you get down to the surface on that girl and maybe like to just stouten her a little bit in terms of foot size and allow her to be more consistent in where she plants, but a female that I think's got a lot of good things to her and just more opened up and powerful than this young lady's heifer that comes in 3. And this young lady's heifer in 3 I think's got a nice future ahead of her. She is really sharp up front in terms of her neck. She's level in terms of her hip, and all those things read extremely good. She's got just a little more awkward set to her hock and her rear leg, and then maybe wants to close up just a little bit in terms of her chest floor as well. But a nice female there that'll be interesting to see how she continues on with feed. So congratulations to those 3 individuals.
And congratulations coming out of class number 44. First we'll go to Adam Elves, second is to Taylor Graving, and third to Gracie Clausen. One final class of purebred Simmentals. This is class 45, born in January and March of 22. After this, a selection of your champion purebred Simmental.
As we get to our last class here in our Simmental show, a young man brings a Baldy in that just kind of overwhelms in this particular instance. Really a cowy one in terms of her stoutness, a big-bodied female that is very functional in terms of her skeleton, gets out and goes extremely well, is flexible in the way that she handles her feet and legs. You know, won't sit here and tell you that she's the most wowie about her head shape or where her chest floor sits. But you know, at this stage of the game, it's hard to keep these big Simmentals fresh, and she's getting ready to be a cow, I'm sure, here before too long. So a really functional, awesome cow prospect for that young man. He did a good job with. Young lady's heifer here that comes in 2, another one that's dang sure high quality, and she is really feminine about her neck. She's a female that's a little slicker in terms of her hair, and she's very honest in terms of how she comes to us, in our opinion. Female that's still got some width to her. We get that heifer into motion, and she's maybe just got a little extra set to her hock, which maybe isn't just the most attractive in terms of how she handles it, sitting a little chest floor and brisket down there as well, but one that, again, is going to make a tremendous cow prospect for her. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
And congratulations out of Class 45. First we'll go to Logan Katz, second to Caden Camerlink. We're set to bring in now our first and seconds for your champion purebred Simmental.
As we get into our Simmental heifer show here, a really nice group of them get back out here. And for anyone that knows us, this is kind of what we try and do and raise at home is a lot of Simmentals. And I know it's not easy to make them this good. The Simmental world is very challenging, but it's what we love for some reason. But very happy with these three when we get them back out here, and all of them that come back out for that matter, to talk about the pair that we think it comes down to. It's the two that came out of our first two calf classes. Young man up there is doing a really nice job with a heifer that from her shoulder back we like a lot of things about. She is good bodied, she is good balanced, she is sound and functional in terms of how she gets out and handles herself. Like I commented in class, she's not the biggest boned heifer. That doesn't really bother us that much. The question we have when we get her back out here to say that she has to be our champion is she just tidy enough and attractive enough and long enough about her front end. And I guess that's the decision we got to make. But from her shoulder back, that heifer is built very, very solid and very good. Young man's Baldy heifer here is the other one, and she is probably just a little more exciting when you get off to the profile of her in terms of her length of neck, her height of shoulder, her ability to still be level out through her pins, and a female, that I don't know if she's necessarily perfect in terms of how she handles her hind leg. I think it's more than acceptable in the Simmental world. A female that is maybe just a little flat and not dang sure not swooping in terms of her rib and center body. I guess with her, you want to believe that that's going to come on with age, and she's going to get there. If she combines that with her extra look and elevation up front, that one's going to be very, very tough to get around. So an awesome pair of them there to look at. We're going to take one more look, and we'll get you a champion.
And congratulations to Adam Elfs, your champion purebred Simmental breeding exhibitor. Reserve is to Blakely Cats. Moving on now to Class 46, this is your percentage Simmental breeding heifer. There'll be 5 in the class from January through March of 23.
Young man in the cowboy hat brings us one here to start this class that kind of wakes you back up and gets you back excited about it. And the young man has got a really good percentage Simmental female here. She is one that hits us extremely good just in terms of her feature, the way her neck ties the top side of her shoulder, her body balance, and then ability to get out and go with a functional, really sound and flexible skeleton, one that is up our alley. Congratulations to him on a really, really nice one. The young lady's got a Baldy here that I think is really nice stock as well. A female that gets to this point and gets into second because she is wider and stouter than the ones behind her. She's more athletic out of her hip and her hind leg. You compare her back to that one that wins this particular class, pokes down just a little bit more chest, isn't quite as elite in terms of how she transitions her pieces together, but that's a really nice percentage Simmental female that's going to be a lot of fun for her. The function and basics of this young lady, star-headed female, gets her to third. I thought she was just a little more functional in terms of how she got out and handled her hip and hind leg. Still a moderately framed, big-bodied female that's going to make a tremendous cow for that young lady. Just becomes a shade more general about her look up front, maybe a little frailer at the surface when you start thinking about big league show heifers, but one that's really, really nice. This young lady's heifer that comes next does have more bone, a notch more stoutness and look. We put this heifer into motion, though. She falls down a spot just because of her hind leg function. We need to allow her to get out and be more flexible in terms of how she goes. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that's standing still, can give you a really nice look. The streak-headed female here, the young lady does a great job getting her set up. It's just when we put her into motion, she wants to get up in her spine and become a notch more restricted off both ends of her skeleton.
Here's the results of Class 46. First will go to Landon Linneman. Second is to Haley Minnick. Third to Eva Brown. Fourth is to Taylon Grieving. And fifth to Casey Deathlifts. Single entry coming out of Class 47, born September 12th of 22.
Really nice fall single entry here for this young lady, and she does a tremendous job of getting this heifer shown. Gets her set up here, and that heifer gives you a good balanced look from the side. A female that's attractive through her front end, dead level in terms of her hip, and she's got enough substance and stoutness when you step in behind her. If we got critical on that calf, I'd like to lay her back just a little bit in terms of her front end. She's a little upright for probably how we like them, but at the same time, it's hard to be that high-shouldered and attractive without being a little straight-fronted. So a nice female here that dang sure could have stood some more competition. Kudos to that young lady for getting her shown.
And congratulations out of Class 47 to Kinsley Bremer. Our final class of percentage Simmental breeding heifers. This will be Class 48, March and April of 22. After this class, a selection of your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
As we get into our big percentage females here, certainly a high quality class and group of these young ladies. Baldy Heifer wins and does so relatively handily, in our opinion. A female that you got to admire for her extra stoutness and overall density. A female that's got a really athletic hind leg and is functional when she gets out and grabs a gear on a big foot, and we like those things about her. Really good in terms of her center body, and still one that is high tying. You know, she's got just a little bit of chest, but I'll be honest, it doesn't bother us too much. The place that we'd probably pick on her just a little bit is being a little upright in her shoulder and wanting to roll in on her front feet just a hair, but that's getting critical of one that I think is very, very high quality and presented extremely well by that young lady. Young lady's Baldy Heifer that comes in two there, that's given her fits just a little bit. She's done a great job all day. A female that's really high quality in terms of her look up front, bold and opened up in terms of her rib cage, and has some heaviness of structure. She's a female that's a little tighter in terms of how she handles her rear feet and her rear hind leg, maybe gets up in her tail head just a bit, but just probably has quite a bit more natural look and overall attractiveness than that young lady's heifer that comes in three. Young lady's heifer that comes at three is another one that's stout and powerful. Just need to see that female get out and go with a notch more flexibility and athleticism on the move, but another one that's very nicely presented. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is kind of so what you see is what you get, and that is a great basic fundamental brood cow in terms of flexibility and balance. She just kind of falls short of some bells and whistles here in this particular group to move up any higher.
And congratulations out of Class 48. First will go to Kinley Stoughton. Second is to Vienna Sells. Third to Delaney Figge. And fourth to Nicole Nichols. Bringing in our first and seconds now for the selection of your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
Well, Susan, we've been having a fun day, and I tell you what, you know, the one really exciting thing is we got lots of things yet to happen. We're going to have showmanship here later. We got the sale at 6 o'clock, and I've been strolling back through the barn checking on things, and I've been seeing some of these boys and girls wearing these T-shirts we've been handing out, and very excited, want to recognize and thank the team from Allied Nutrition. They stepped up, and they invested in the kids, providing the T-shirts for the contest. They've got the jackets for showmanship, and just another example of these companies investing in the next generation.
And I want to rewind a little bit to what we saw yesterday during the fitting competition and the comments made from a couple of the teams like, wait, this is all ours? We each get this pile? So thanks to all those sponsors.
Absolutely, and they truly are the ones that make these events happen. And so moms and dads, grandpa and grandma, take a moment, stop by these booths, stop and tell them thank you for all they do to allow these events to take place.
Well, as we get to the conclusion of our Percentage Simmental show, you know, I'll be honest, these three class winners out here as far as a group and for a breed, I think are the best ones that we've had today in terms of three class winners that represent really good cattle and are the kind that we like. And that's what makes it fun when you get out here and you can say, hey, we got good ones. Now let's dissect them and really land on the ones that you really love. And this is a good set of females here, and you guys should be very, very proud. There's cattle in this group that can be competitive no matter where you want to go. There's, you know, these three class winners come out here and look the part. At the end of this, we're going to end up with two of them that I think are very, very good. With that being said, though, there's one that is very, very much up our alley and our speed. She fired us up when she came in. Help me congratulate this young man the Cowboy hat. He'll have your champion percent.
Congratulations, your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer was exhibited by Landon Linneman and reserve champion to Kinley Stoughton. Moving on to our AOBs, there'll be 2 entries for the AOBs, and then the selection of your champion will be involved in this class. This is class 49, born March 2nd and March 20th.
As we get down to picking your champion AOB here, just a pair of them that we got back out here, but not giving up on anything on quality. They're very, very nice. There's one that is very, very unique, standing still, and gives you just an awesome look. A neat looking one that's heavy structured, big boned, and awesome balance when you get off to the side of her. Help me congratulate that young man with the yellow heifer. He'll be your champion AOB. And then this young lady's Baldy's going to be reserved. It's just an awesome cow prospect, great balanced and sound. Maybe just not the extras as that yellow one, but still a very nice heifer. Congratulations to you two.
And congratulations, your champion AOB breeding heifer exhibited by Baker Bremer, and reserve is to Claire Crystal. Now is class 50, your commercial breeding heifers. This is 4 entries, March and May. Excuse me, April and May babies.
As we jump into our commercial show here, a nice place to start. The young man at the cowboy hat, to me, reads to be the highest quality one and just the most complete one in terms of combining some things that we like in terms of look, in terms of having some stoutness when you step in behind her, still a heavy structured one when you get down to the surface, and still probably the answer when you want to think about width and dimension in this particular class as well. Young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's got some power and some stoutness when you step in behind her, an attractive one up front. She's one that when we got her into motion, I just didn't trust her hock fully, maybe just a little bit more up and down in terms of how she handles that. I'd like to see her be a notch more flexible in that regard to move up any higher. With that being said, I thought she had just a shade more when you step in behind her compared to the 1 and 3. She's more flexible in terms of her spine, and that is where this young lady's heifer that comes here in 3 probably got beat just a little bit. She wants to rise there in the center portion of her back and maybe get underneath of herself a little bit, but no doubt one that is very cute about her front end, good bodied, and one that has got a good outline standing still. That one just needs more time and more feed, a little more awareness here in the show ring, and more trips through, and she'll be a lot of fun. Young lady rounds out the class here with one that is no doubt heavy muscled and heavy structured. She's maybe just a little coarse, a little quicker in her maturity pattern than what I particularly like, but a good female nonetheless. Congratulations to her.
Here's looking now at Class 50. First, we'll go to Baron Strope. Second is to Karina Smirda. Third to Morgan Clement. And fourth to Justice Curry. Class 51 will have 3 head, all born during the month of March of 23.
We'll leave this pair kind of how they came in with these two individuals doing a really nice job by getting them shown. But the young man's heifer is just quite a bit sharper in terms of her lines. A female that's probably got an advantage of just rib shape and stoutness through the upper portions of her skeleton. Still got some heaviness of structure underneath of her. You know, we could soften her up just a little bit in terms of her rear rib and flank. But a female that I think is good in her lines, has some stoutness and travels well. Young lady smoke heifer here comes next, and one is very easy traveling, flexible and functional in terms of her skeleton, just a little bit plainer about her overall look and muscle shape here today, maybe just not quite as sharp in terms of her presentation. But congratulations to her. Let's give those two individuals a nice round of applause.
Your results on Class 51. First, we'll go to Lander Forbes. Second to Becca Sheets. Class 52 will have 3 entries, January and February of 23.
Well, an interesting trio here because they're all high quality and all good. And honestly, if you would have put any three of these in a couple of the classes we had before, I'd say they probably could have won the class. But we got all three of them here, and it's a challenging class in my opinion. The young man's black heifer is the one that to me is the most consistent about giving you good looks and putting together the most good things. A stout, wide, good-bodied one that is still high enough in terms of her shoulder. A female that's not out there in terms of her front end. She's a little plainer about her neck, but still one that I think is the most basic in terms of her rib design, and still gets out and handles herself relatively well in terms of her hind leg. Just combines the most good things. Like I said, a little open in her shoulder, a little plain necked, but past that, a really, really nice one. Honestly, the one that's got the biggest pieces in the class is probably the Smoke. He's just not, or she's just not one to give us the best read out here today, and I'm sure, like I've commented a few times throughout the day, I'm sure it's the first time she's made it through the ring this year, and as that heifer relaxes and just wants to cooperate a notch better for this young lady, I think this one can make a real push to win this class because she is neat-necked, she is big-hipped, a heavy structured female. Today, as she pulls around the ring, probably wants to fight just a little bit off both ends of her skeleton, and I want to see her just be a notch more comfortable, but that's a good female that's got a very, very bright future, so keep working with her young lady. She's going to be a lot of fun. Honestly, when the young man came in, I thought to myself, this heifer is really nice, and I still feel the same way about her. I still think she could have won the classes that came in front of her. Just a female here that is very nice in terms of her skeleton, gets out and goes very comfortably. She's nice balanced from her shoulder back, and still one that's got an attractive look up front. Today she gets just a little bit easy right behind her shoulder. She's maybe a little lower in terms of her shoulder set, and then compared to those two right in front of her, she just doesn't offer the same kind of width and dimension at this stage of the game. But that's going to be a nice female that I think is only going to get tougher to compete against down the road.
Now your results of Class 52. First will go to Garrett Schultz, second to Jesselyn Hudson, and third to Reese Horton. Class 53 should have 5 entries in them, born in January and March of 22.
As we get to our last class commercials here, a pair of them at the top end of this class that are just bigger, heavier, wider, more rugged kind of females, I guess. And these two, the young man in the black shirt did a really nice job. And I think this female probably reads to just be the highest quality of this particular group in terms of her lines, in terms of having some stoutness and still balancing nicely from the side. She's quite a bit sharper than the heifer that comes right behind her. She's got a little chest, and I think she's sound enough. I'm not going to tell you that she is just an athlete out here, but one that is just very, very nice and complete to go ahead and win this class. Shoulders back, the young lady's heifer here, I think's got a lot of good to her. She's an opened up female that's stout hipped, got some heaviness of structure, and gets out and utilizes it well. Just study her up through that front 1/3, and that's probably why she falls to second. Just a little more chest, a little plainer in general about her overall head shape, but no doubt a quality female that's going to be really nice in production. Young man comes next with the cowboy hat, did a really nice job getting this heifer shown. A female that I think's flexible and gets out and goes well, just gives up quite a bit of performance and overall stoutness compared to those two in front of him, but I thought was probably just a little bit sounder comparing to this young lady that comes next, who does an amazing job getting this heifer shown. We saw her once earlier today, done a tremendous job both times throughout the ring. A big-footed female, it's got dimension and power, just a little bit plainer and maybe a little heavier conditioned, but that young lady should be very proud, doing an amazing job. Congratulations to her. Young lady here rounds out the class with one that is big scaled and extended, really sharp up front. The combination of her just being the most upright and straight off both ends of her skeleton, along with being the hardest in terms of her rib and center body, kind of just labels her as the most problematic one in this particular class. But a good class. Let's give them a big round of applause as they leave.
Here's your results of Class 53 as we get ready to bring our first and seconds in for the selection of your champion commercial breeding heifer. First goes to Luke Katz, second to Kylie Ayers, third is to Corbin Kunk, fourth is to Haley Victor, and fifth to Mara Yendrick. Hey, Ronette. As we get ready to bring in for the selection of our champion commercial breeding heifers, we do have a special class that's going to come in between this selection and then our final drive.
Absolutely, and we just got one young lady that we'll bring in the ring after we select our champion commercial heifer. It's basically our classic heifer class, and this young lady purchased her heifer at last year's classic fall edition sale. She showed her all summer, brought her back here, and so we'll let her introduce herself, and then we'll roll right into our overall breeding heifer selection.
And after that, we are going to take a 15-minute break so the judges can smile for pictures. And we're going to jump right into showmanship right after that.
Exactly. Keep everything streamlining right along. We've got a nice showmanship classes. And don't forget that sale's going to start promptly at 6 o'clock in the Ag Pavilion. Cunningham's has a bar in there. There's some food. And so lots of fun yet here at the Classic.
As we get to your champion commercial here, no doubt seen some different types and kinds as you often do in this in the commercial division, but happy with the quality when we get them back out here. Very much looking forward to the grand drive here in just a little bit. So help me congratulate these guys with a round of applause. I'll go show you which two I like.
All right, congratulations. Your champion commercial breeding heifer exhibited by Baron Strope and your reserve champion commercial breeding heifer, Garrett Schultz. We're going to put Ronette down ringside as we bring in our classic heifer. Her opportunity to show, and then they'll be heading back in, get everybody organized as we get set for our overall final drive.
Well, while we're letting our judges analyze these two heifers and place them for me so that one of them can come back here in our supreme overall drive, I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to ask you, just introduce yourself to me, young lady. Tell me where you're from.
My name is Brittany Samuelson, and I'm from Hastings, Nebraska.
Awesome. Tell me, what's your heifer? What breed is she?
Key heifer.
Do you have her bred?
Yes.
Yes. When's she going to have a calf?
Around March.
Awesome. Well, you got a great heifer prospect. Are you hoping to raise a baby that you can show?
Yeah.
Well, you did a very nice job. Congratulations. Introduce yourself to us, young lady.
I'm Paige Wolohoski, and this is actually my sister's calf, but she couldn't make it to the show today. So
That's all right. Tell me a little bit what breed she is, what sale you bought her in, and I know this female's traveled all around the nation.
So this is a balancer heifer, and we bought it from Tom Murphy.
Great. Well, thank you. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these young ladies. They purchased their heifer. They're building their own herd program. They've been a part of a scholarship program, and we'll let our judges select one of them that will get to come back in the final drive.
Well, certainly something that is very cool that you guys do here and give these kids the opportunity to not only purchase a calf last year, but also get to exhibit it here at the show and then give it an opportunity, the winner of this, to come back to show for your champion drive. And obviously, they're great cattle raised in Nebraska, and it's amazing that you guys have opportunities like this to market it to great young people like these two young ladies that are standing with us in the ring today. And honestly, coming from the state of Illinois, it makes me jealous, and wish we had programs and opportunities like that to get these young people cattle and also help promote them and all their hard work. So help me congratulate these two young people for doing an amazing job. This young lady up front is going to come back and show for your championship here in just a bit.
Congratulations. Your classic heifer will go to Brittany Samuelson, and second will go to Megan Wolohoski. And thanks, Paige, for showing your sister for her. All right, we're going to get them organized. All right, we are getting everybody lined up in the back to get them ready to bring them in for our champion drive. Just note we'll be taking a 15-minute break after the champions are selected so we can get some photos with our judges, and then we'll be coming back with showmanship. Following up, of course, tonight at 6 o'clock will be the Saturday Night Light Sale. So here are your champions representing each of the breeds, and I am sorry, I just scared. Coming out of the Angus, Isabella Dittwiller. The Charolais is Tatum Carlson. The Charolais Composite is to Casson Carlson. The Key is Garrett Scholes. Balancer exhibited by Brinley Alber. The Hereford is to Mesa Jones. The Polled Hereford to Hayden Helms. Limflex is to Carly Colderman. The Maine Anjou, Baron Strope. The Maine Angus, Baron Strope. Maintainer, Vienna Sells. The Shorthorn is Cole Bruce. That's coming out of Class 40, by the way. The Shorthorn Plus is to Claire Crystal. Your purebred Simmental, Adam Elfs. The Percentage Simmental, Landon Linneman. All other breeds, Baker Bemmer. Commercial is to Baron Strope. And your Classic Heifer, Brittany Samuelson. Should be in order. And of course, a big thank you going out to Bodie and Jessica Self, coming to us from El Paso, Illinois, where they manage and show a sale cattle operation for Tree Lane Farms. It's a 250 head seed stock operation. Bodie, a livestock judging team member at Lakeland Community College before transferring to Oklahoma State to complete his animal science degree, and there at OSU. Also was a member of the highly successful judging team. Jessie attended Butler Community College before transferring to OSU, where she was a member of the 2017 national champion judging team, also a high individual at the national contests. Both have actually sorted shows together in numerous states, and they love going and doing what they do, giving back to the youth, and you can definitely see that as they've been in the ring today. So Bodie and Jessica, thank you so much for your time today, your time tomorrow as well, as we continue to judge these youth. And joining us now with the miniature Hereford is Berkeley Wendt.
Well, Susan, I'm sure glad I don't have the job of selecting the top 5 breeding heifers, because what a day we've had. And, you know, as the moms and dads are ringside and grandpas and grandmas, I'm going to ask you, let's put our hands together not only to thank the judges, but to congratulate all these boys and girls. We've been talking about the Saturday night light sale in the Ag Pavilion at 6 o'clock tonight. So enjoy a little shopping. I know Susan up here has been telling me not to tell anybody from KRVN that she's going to disappear over here at the boutiques and do a little shopping.
Well, I can once I'm done up here.
You can, I guess. You're off the clock.
I'll
We
be
won't
off the
tell
clock.
anybody.
Well, there's a lot of great things out there, a lot of great opportunities, I think, to fill some Christmas lists, even if it's for yourself.
Well, and you know, we want to point out we've got the spotted cow. They're here. We've got the cup and cork over there with some great shakes, smoothies. And if you're needing some cotton candy or an ice cream bar right here on the south side, plus go in the Ag Pavilion, get ready for the sale. There's a bar set up in there. So a little bit something for everybody, a fun evening. But want to remind y'all, you know, I think tonight's daylight savings. You know, our phones will change that time for us, but we will fall back. So remember the time changes tonight.
Yeah, so if you get here and none of us are up here, check your times. If we can please be careful by the curtains, though, because you guys are wiggling them and we don't want to spook any heifers. Thanks.
And a huge thank you to our team from Next Level Images. Again, Peyton and her team over there. Appreciate all she's doing, capturing your backdrops, as well as they've been taking photos around the barn. Really honored to work with Next Level Images. Look them up online. I'm sure they'll have some posted here in the next couple days. So make sure you're getting your picture taken at the backdrop.
Well, first, want to start off by saying thank you to everyone that has been involved with this today. You guys with the ring help and everyone that has ran the show has been absolutely phenomenal. It's been a first-class event from that standpoint, and certainly been a very, very appreciative to be here, and it's been an awesome experience to get to work with the young kids today and to work through your cattle. You know, I think about having to have our stuff ready to show at this stage of the game. We just had our sale no less than 15 days ago, and to think that we could have all them ready to go and presented like you guys have today, I think is something that makes my head hurt just a little bit. So kudos to you guys. Obviously, the extra work that's gone into these big ones and are probably headed to bigger shows this fall, but you guys also with these young heifers, getting them home from your new getting them home from the owners and getting them broke and ready to fight is something that I think is very, very impressive, and you guys deserve a tremendous amount of credit for. No matter how you did today, I hope you know that me and Jesse wish you the very best where you head to throughout the spring. I know firsthand how hard it is to get some of these young cattle through their first show, and honestly, I'm sure you guys can relate to it. Some of the conversations you have back at home or back in the barns. Well, we just got to get her through the ring one time, and the next time it's going to be a lot better. And this show gives you an opportunity to do that, and you guys should be very proud, as we had very little incidents in the ring. These cattle acted well. It was very, very nice and well ran. So I won't talk a whole lot. Very appreciative for the opportunity. I thought we've had a nice set of cattle come through the gates today. It's going to be a really nice top 5 of cattle. Once again, I'm sure we'll talk more over the next couple of days, but very, very thankful for the opportunity. Wish you kids the best of luck. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
So which way are you going? You're going to go first to fifth or fifth to first? Ronette's wondering.
We'll start with the grand and work down. Is that cool?
Perfect. Congratulations to Carly Coulterman with her limb flex.
You know, I think if I'm not mistaken, that's not the first time this female's been a champion here at the Classic. I think that young lady in that heifer was our Supreme Champion in February, so congratulations, Carly.
Your reserve will come out of the percentage scimitar class, and that is Landon Linneman. Third will go to our maintainer, exhibited by Vienna Cells. Congratulations out of the AOB. Fourth goes to Baker Bemmer. And out of the main Angus, Baron Strope. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our breeding heifer exhibitors. I want to have the judges will go to the backdrop and get a picture with our top 2, and then all top 5, make sure you get a photo. We'll take here just a few minutes, and we're going to start our Pee Wee Parade here at 3:25. So we'll do our Pee Wee Parade at 3:25. Then we'll roll right into our Pee Wee division, Junior division, Intermediate division, and Senior division. And we do have jackets for our top 5 showmen in each age group. Well, as our judges are taking a little bit of a restroom break, we're going to go ahead and have our Pee Wee parade, and we've got a little fun. All of these youngsters are going to get a bag of cotton candy, but we're actually going to introduce them and have them give us their name and where they're from. Raylan and Alicia will be ready with their cotton candy goodies. This is the pre-Pee Wee parade. So these youngsters aren't old enough yet for the Pee Wee division, but I tell you what, they are ready for their turn. Hello, young man. How are you?
Good.
Good. Can you tell me your name?
Declan.
And how old are you?
5.
5. You're doing a great job. Are you ready to get in the show ring?
Yeah.
Awesome. We'll look forward to seeing you at lots of Cattlemen's Classic coming up, won't we?
Yeah.
Good luck. Hello, young man.
Hi.
What's your name?
Connor.
Connor. How old are you, Connor?
6.
6. Well, tell me something. What breed of heifer do you got here?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, is this a Simmental like Grandpa's got, or what do you got here?
I don't know.
I think you got some Charolais heifers at home, don't you? Do you got a bull ready to bring to the Classic in February?
Yes.
Yes? Well, awesome. Good luck to you, young man. How are you?
Good.
Good. Tell me your name.
Clancy.
And how old are you?
5.
5. Oh, my goodness. So is this your calf?
Yes. Yes.
And what's the calf's name?
Ava.
Well, you're doing a great job. We'll look forward to seeing you at a lot of classics coming up, too. You guys can go ahead and exit on down to the Raylan and Alicia, and they've got a bag of cotton candy. Hello.
Hi.
How old are you, young lady?
JJ Bresson.
Oh, my goodness, JJ. Tell me how old you are.
3.
3 years old, where you're doing an awfully good job with your heifer. And I like your shirt. Thank you for being here, and we'll look forward to seeing you at lots of Classic Junior shows, right? What's your favorite breed of cattle?
A Hereford.
Absolutely. Good job, young lady. Well, hello. What's your name?
Brock.
Well, how old are you?
5.
5. So, are you in kindergarten? Where do you go to school? Do you go to a school in a town, Fairbury? You do? Good. So, can you tell me, are you going to show Angus steers someday? You are? No Hereford steers are going to be in your barn? Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to talk to your mom. I don't know where she's at, but good luck. You're doing a great job. Well, that's always fun to work with the pre-Pee Wee 4-H and FFA youth and coming up in the generations to come. And I think behind the curtain, we're getting the official Pee Wee division all lined up and ready to go. And we will be selecting our top 5 in each division. They will be receiving their hoodies sponsored by Allied Nutrition as well as some other awards. So I believe we are ready to get underway with our Pee Wee division.
All right, welcome back once again as we continue with the showmanship for this afternoon. These are our Pee Wee showmen.
We will be giving all 6 of these Pee Wees a jacket today. So all 6 are going to receive a jacket. You'll go in the office. Sarah is in charge of the jackets, and so go to the office after your class and pick up your jacket. So each and every one of these kids are going to be receiving an Allied Industry camouflage hoodie. So make sure you go in the office, and if you see Andy or anyone from the Allied Nutrition team, make sure and tell them thank you.
Well, if you would, everyone ringside, please join me in giving this Pee Wee division a big round of applause. This is an awesome set of kids to go ahead and kick off our showmanship competition today. And I think one thing that's so awesome as these kids get out here is all these cattle are so cooperative and working with these young people so well. And why I say that I think that's really cool is because I'm a firm believer that showmanship is really won at home. And the work that you put in at home to work with your animal, to get them ready to come out to the show and present them at the highest level. And so the fact that all these kids can come out with animals that are cooperating and acting great just goes to show that they're starting the right way this early in their career, putting in a lot of time at home to get those cattle ready and compete here today. Super awesome group. All these kids are doing a phenomenal job. They already have a lot of the basics covered, and I think all 6 of these individuals have a really, really bright future in the ring as they continue to go on and show at multiple more shows in the future. I'm going to go through and I'm going to place them from 6th up to our champion. As I select each showman, I'll have you guys give them a round of applause and they'll pull over here to the side. But before I go out and pick them, let's give all these kids another big round of applause.
Again, want to remind all of these boys and girls in the ring, you're all getting a jacket. So when you're done with Pee Wee showmanship, go see Sarah in the office there. She's got the sweatshirts, jackets all sorted in there, and she'll get you a jacket. We also want to remind you to go to the picture backdrop and get your pictures taken, guys.
Here's your results of your Pee Wee. First will go to Ethan Benish. Second to Berkeley Wendt. Third exhibited by Mason Blesson. Fourth is to Cooper Atchison. Fifth, is to, I'm trying to read somebody else's writing, so I do apologize. McCamry Jones is fifth, and then sixth exhibited by Cooper Victor. Congratulations, you guys. You did a great job. So we had the wrong kid listed on the sheet. We apologize. It should be Breckenwent. for second.
Again, we'll make sure these peewees are making their way to the picture backdrop. Make sure, parents, that you go to the office and get their jackets after you get their pictures taken. So again, congratulations to all of our peewee showmanship exhibitors. I think our team's busy back there lining up our junior showmanship. We're going to get ready here in just a couple minutes to open the gate for our junior showmanship finalists. Well, Susan, you've heard me talk about many times at the winter edition, showmanship's kind of a fun class. These kids have an opportunity to show off their skill set, show off the hard work they've been doing at home. And, this event's a little unique because a lot of these heifers and steers, if they showed earlier today, especially in the heifers, if it's the babies, it's probably, they haven't been broke very many days. And so I tell you what, it comes back to the work ethic and working hard. And, the one thing, we had a showmanship clinic the other day, and we talked about when you hit that gate with that look of that you're going to be the champion. I don't know if you were paying attention, but all these young boys and girls were given that look.
Oh, yeah. It's intense. And I was watching one of them, and they were whispering something in that heifer's ear. So it was probably behave while we're in here.
A lot of activities, and again, we've got our junior showmanship in the ring. We'll roll into our intermediate showmanship, followed by our senior showmanship. And again, want to remind you, we've got our prospect stale that'll start promptly right at 6 o'clock. And again, a big day tomorrow. So thank you to our judges, and thanks to you parents for taking the time to be here. We know that everybody's schedules are so chaotic today, but look at it this way. You're investing in the future leaders, and I think it's definitely an investment worth all of our time. You know, we've been talking about all the sponsors that are donating prizes and awards and things to the youth that are attending. And also want to recognize a young man that with his FFA SAE has created a business called the Elm Wood. It's a clipper blade sharpening business, and that's with Mr. Weston Stemick. Weston is from Pierce, Nebraska, and he called me a couple weeks ago and said, hey, Renette, you know what? I'd like to donate some certificates for some blade sharpening and present it to the showman. So there's another example of young entrepreneurs that are eager to give back, and this young man's just a junior in high school. So make sure you, if you win the clipper blade sharpening certificate, stop by and see Weston. He's back in the stalls.
Well, we really turned things up here in our junior division, and I'm sure our groups of older kids are going to be very competitive as well, but they're really going to have to bring the intensity to top this group, because I think all the way through, all 11 out here are very, very deserving to be in this showmanship division and did an awesome job. I've sorted it down to my top 5 here directly in front of me, and in a moment I'll go through and select them how I like them, again from 5th all the way up to our champion. But I want to compliment all 11 of these kids. As I pulled them in, I talked to them a little bit about maybe just some really small minor things that I noticed, some things that they can continue to go home and work on. But again, they'll tell you if they go out. It was really, really minor, nitpicky things, and I think that's how competitive this is. And that's what makes showmanship hard, because so much of it is subjective and a personal opinion of type and style of showman. And so any other day, even potentially tomorrow, this lineup could get shaken up. And so I thought this was an awesome group. All these kids did an excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause, and I'll show you how I like these top 5 again from 5th up to our champion.
Don't forget to go to the office and pick up your jackets, guys. Get your pictures taken.
And here's your results of your juniors. As real quick, just a reminder, don't forget to go to the office, as mentioned, to pick up your jackets. First, we'll go to Vienna Sells. Second is to Kinsley Bremer. Third to Brody Aarons. Fourth to Josie Wilson. Fifth to Brenly Albert. Sixth is to Hayden Helms. Seventh to Kaylee Kilo. Eighth is to Isabel Detweller. Ninth to Brittany Samuelson. 10th, Allie Perry. 11th is Corbin Kunk. And that is it from the junior showmanship. We will have a total of 17 in the intermediate. They will be breaking it, but I'm not sure exactly where the break line is going to be right now. But we do have a total of 17 intermediates.
An awesome first initial heat here in our intermediate division that comes out next. Collectively, I thought this group did a really, really nice job. I'm going to go ahead and ask the 5 on this side to come back for our finals. Again, let's give them all a really nice hand as they exit the ring. Fantastic job by everybody in here. Another really, really competitive heat that comes back out. And again, I'm going to keep the 5 over here on this side. I think within this particular heat, these cattle just wanted to be a bit more cooperative with the showmen, and these guys were just a little bit quicker in terms of feet placement. You know, my compliments, the young lady with the Charlet over here. I've watched her all day. I thought you did an awesome job. And when you come back out here, you just don't have the most cooperative partner. And unfortunately, in showmanship, sometimes, you know, that happens, and that's just one of the unfortunate aspects of it. I thought both these young ladies did a really, really nice job. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause. We'll get these 5 back out here for our finals. Well, everyone ringside, please help me congratulate all these intermediates with a big round of applause. Very similar to our junior division. I think this division is really, really deep in terms of the depth, the quality of showmen that we have out here. I think all these kids from top to bottom do an outstanding job. And again, the things that I talk to them about are really, really nitpicky minor things. And so I hope they don't get down and discouraged, because I think all these kids do an awesome job. And today, it's just little things that set them apart. The 5 that are here on this side, the reason that they're out here is because I think they do all the little things right. You know, not only do they walk their calves into it, but if that calf's not completely perfect, if their top is up, if their tail is up, if a foot is even slightly out of place, they do the little extras to make sure that their animals are completely pulled together at all times. And I think that's extremely important in showmanship. It's not just about getting that calf walked into place and keeping them calm and keeping them standing still there. It's making sure you put all those pieces together to make sure when I come and look at your calf, I'm getting the best possible view. And then that's what I saw in these 5 on this side. That's why they worked up to the top end of this particular division. I'm going to study them for one more moment and then show you how I like them from 5th all the way up to our champion. But again, this was an outstanding group, awesome to work through. Let's give all these kids another really big round of applause.
Just a quick reminder, your top 5 will go to the office to get your sweatshirts, and also the top 5 to head to the backdrop for photos. Here's your results of your intermediate showmen. First, we'll go to Jalen Wifflinger. Second is to Logan Barta. Third to Luke Katz. Fourth is to Kasha Alber. Fifth is to Natalia Schultz. Sixth to Jackson Wright. Seventh to Graydon Forbes. Eighth is Carly Coulterman. Ninth to Emma Stonbommer. And 10th will go to Reese Locke. Our final grouping is set to come in. These will be our senior showmen, and there are 11 in the class.
Well, an awesome way to wrap up our day here today with our senior division. And I sound like a broken record, but I think all these divisions have been super, super fun to sort through because the depth, the quality of showmen, and the competitiveness has been very, very high. And so that's been a great way to go ahead and end the day. And I hope some of the younger kids are around ringside watching these older, more experienced showmen because I think their track time and the amount of laps they've taken through the ring in their lives really shows out here just in terms of their ability to work so well with their animals and absolutely maximize them in terms of what I get to see in the way that they set them up, they pull all those little pieces together, again, to ensure I get the best possible view. I've got my top 5 here sorted. I'm going to go through them, and again, much like I've done, pick them from 5th all the way to our champion, but please, everyone who's still around ringside, let's give all of these seniors a huge round of applause. They all did an excellent job out here.
Again, just a reminder, our top 5, make sure you go and pick up your sweatshirts from the office. Top 5 as well, make sure you get your photos taken. Here's the results of your senior showmanship. First will go to Caden Kamerlich. Second is to Kinley Eckhoff. Third to Nicole Nichols. Fourth to Delaney Figge. Fifth is to Baron Strope. Sixth to McKenna Renner. Seventh to Jesselyn Hudson. Eighth is Trista Lebsack. Ninth to Ashlyn Robinson. And 10th to Mara Yendrick. And also, 6 p.m. tonight will be the Saturday Night Light Sale, 6 o'clock tonight.